Okay, if everyone could please take their seats. Thank you. Okay, so welcome to all those who are here today. The proceedings which will take place over the next day and a half represent a truly exceptional and international collaboration. Those who have journeyed to be here from long distances have experienced many challenges, in part due to the need to safely navigate within the context of the ongoing challenges posed by an airborne virus. Yet it is exactly these challenges that serve to further emphasize the importance of this program. Science does not have borders, and for challenges of a global nature, requires a wide range of collaboration and cooperation. It is these abilities to collaborate and cooperate, as I'm sure Professor Johansson, our first speaker, will agree, is what helps to define humans as a unique species. And it is this that brings us here to work together, sharing knowledge as a means to help tackle challenges of enormous importance. My co-chair, Xavier Masson, whom many of you know through her programs with the World Frontiers Forum, and I would like to especially thank our hosts, Ferring, Dr. Friedrich Paulsen, Fabricia Girardot, Karen Croissat, Anita Jojovic, and all the others at Ferring who have helped us, as well as the IT Vector team. They've helped us to gather in this beautiful space, which highlights Lausanne's exquisite natural landscape, looking out towards the water and the sky, representing a perfect frame for our program entitled From Water to Air, Scientific Pathways Towards a Clearer, Cleaner Future. We would also like to extend thanks to GSK, Clean Air Institute, and Martina Hagen, and her team for their tremendous support, as well as to Servier, MassBio, Molecular Frontiers Foundation, World Scientific, and Molecular Frontiers Journal for their support in some of the publications and videos leading up and following this program. We have a tremendous partner in Jason Learning, Eleanor Smalley and her teams, Sean Smith, Catherine Toro, Jason Poole, and others who have helped disseminate the program information and who are live streaming the talks for us through their STEM education network around the world. Over the next couple days, the program will look at the many challenges that exist and those that lie ahead should issues that the planet currently faces not be properly addressed, and will even perhaps find ways and means to do so. Thank you. I would now like to present to you our first speaker of the program. It is rare to meet someone who so profoundly changed our view of ourselves, even if you have never actually encountered him in person before. Professor Donald Johanson from Arizona State University is considered as one of the world's most accomplished scholars in the realm of human origins. His groundbreaking discovery of the fossil, which became known as Lucy, would serve to change human perspective, recalibrating our understanding of our origins and the planet we inhabit. Professor Johansson's discovery not only helped us to understand our past, provide insight into the biological forces that help to shape our present, she is helping us to define our future. NASA recently launched a rocket probe named after Lucy. Professor Johansson notes that when we look at humans in the perspective of time, it is humbling and disconcerting to see how much we have impacted the planet, for better or worse, since our relatively recent arrival. We will now hear from Professor Johansson, who will speak to us on our place in time. Welcome.
Thank you, Laurie. Thank you so much, Laurie, and thank you, Frederick, for the wonderful dinner we had last night. I don't suppose anyone else enjoyed that 4-star, 3-star chef we had. was quite remarkable. I think I dreamt about it several times during the evening. You're probably wondering why a paleoanthropologist is here, but you all know Laurie. So when she asks you to come, you appear. And I didn't know what I was going to talk about exactly. I thought the perspective of time was interesting, and I didn't know what to entitle this. And during a conversation, she said, why don't you just call it Our Place in Time, which set up an interesting challenge. My professional career, as you all know, has been focused on human ancestors, trying to understand the roots of humanity that stretch back now close to 8 million years. But today it's, I think, very appropriate to talk about their descendants, who are us, Homo sapiens. Let's see if we get a slide up here. Oh, can we go back? Yes, we can go back. Let's go. There we go. So I accepted her invitation to come here because I think it's really imperative that we take the long view, to consider not only our place in nature, but our place in time. We're the only species we know of in the universe, certainly on this planet. A few of us have been beyond this planet, that have questions about its origins. And I believe that understanding how humans came to be can inspire us to make the right choices for how we move forward. There are lots of Swedes here who will recognize this gentleman. In 1748, the Swedish botanist Carolus Linnaeus, sometimes called the Pliny of the North, labeled humans with that lofty Latin name, Homo sapiens, or wise man. And we wonder if wise man was an appropriate choice for us. Instead of providing his usual list of anatomical features that distinguish species, as taxonomists do, he placed humans and apes together in a category called primates, and then borrowed a maxim that's inscribed at the Temple of Apollo in Delphi, nosce te ipsum, know thyself. Acknowledging the similarities between humans and apes evoked widespread criticism, you can imagine, in 1748. But Charles Bonnet, a contemporary who was born here in Geneva in 1740, embraced Linnaeus's ideas that we are indeed part of the natural world, not beyond it or separate from it. And this contradicted the prevailing view that humans were divinely created via some strategic plan with Homo sapiens as the... No, it didn't change. There we are, Charles Bonnet. That there was some strategic plan with Homo sapiens as the goal, the pinnacle, or the end. A century after, in 1859, Charles Darwin made the case that life wasn't a linear series of steps to a predestined aspiration, but more like a tree, with branches giving rise to an enormous diversity of life. And on the human family tree, reaching back to about 8 million years, there's a tiny little twig far from the tree's trunk on which we find the rise of humans, that gloriously clever, large-brained species who walks upright, makes tools, and cooperates to form societies. And yet, if you Google human evolution, you're likely to see something like this. We're all familiar with this walk through time. It's always what I call the walk from ape to angel. And who's the angel? We're all familiar with this, the hunched over sort of primitive ape, chimp-like creature. It gradually gets bigger and straighter and bigger brained, and ultimately evolves into a white European male. And of course, white European males draw these things. Many people still believe this is how evolution works, that it has an endpoint in mind and seeks perfection. But the fossil record for human evolution demonstrates that we're part of nature, and we were crafted by natural selection, that there was nothing inevitable about us. Nature tried many paths that all petered out except our own. And after 8 million years of trials and failures, we're the only species of humans walking the planet now. As recent as 40,000 years ago or so, there were at least 2, 3, maybe 4 different species of humans walking the planet. Anything at any time over these 8 million years could have gone awry. We would not be here today. We are special, we are rare, but we are here by chance, not design. Nature was our creator, we got lucky. Since most of us are occupied with 5 generations of time, are focusing mostly on our own, but our parents, our grandparents, our children, and our grandchildren, 8 million years sounds like a very long time. But when you view the human career in the perspective of time, it's very humbling. The universe, as we know, is about 14 billion years old. Our solar system was created about 4.5 billion years ago. The first signs of life appeared on Earth 3.4 million years ago. Our species, Homo sapiens, made its appearance a mere 200,000 years ago. And we may think that 200,000 years is an incredibly long time for a species to have survived. But Lucy's species lived on this planet for roughly 1 million years. That's 5 times longer than we have been around. And if you think like I do, you wonder how our species will survive the next 1,000 years. So if longevity is any measure of success, then Homo sapiens has a long way to go to match the record set by some of our ancient ancestors. Around 10, 12,000 years ago, we humans got down to the business of farming the land. At first, it was a noble endeavor, growing crops, feeding our community, baking bread, cooking with herbs. But as populations grew, we needed more food. So we built machines that facilitated that process. We used more land, more water. We ruined the soil, polluted the air, and domesticated or killed wild animals, wiped out an untold number of species entirely. The human population grew and grew and grew. And even though we walked on the moon, invented artificial hearts, cell phones, e-cigarettes, and even strange things like umbrellas for dogs, in just the blink of a geological eye, we upset the natural balance that took the planet eons to establish, damaging the biosphere perhaps to the point of no return. Homo sapiens, in my view, has now become Homo egocentricus, a self-indulgent species that seems intent on making the planet uninhabitable. The question is why? Why is the most creative, most intelligent species we know of so careless and destructive? I think in many ways it has to do with our alienation from the natural world. For 8 million years, our predecessors lived close to nature. The air was clean, the water was pure, there was adequate space to live in, food was abundant. And once we could control fire, we could light up the dark, scare off predators, and sit around telling stories. We connected with others on a deep level. Most of us still enjoy sitting around a fire with friends, mesmerized by the flames. There's something in us that is drawn to that. Hikes in the woods, walks on the beach. These are activities that bring us the kind of inner peace offered by nature that is so lacking in our busy work worlds. So what happens when we lose this connection to the natural world? I think we stop caring about the consequences of our behavior. There are 8 billion people on the planet today, 8 billion people who need to eat, drink, and breathe. And I feel, as I have said so often, we have to reinvent a reverence for the natural world and understand our responsibilities to our true creator. A few years ago, as some of you know, I participated in an Earth Symposium in Stockholm. Some were concerned about how to save the planet. Others asked, maybe we could all move to Mars. And I've heard that we live in sort of a throwaway attitude, but I was really very surprised that one solution was to move to another place in the universe that I think is reckless, dangerous, and is solving none of the problems we have here. Make no mistake about it. we know of life on Earth, nothing we know of life on Earth indicates that we are immune from extinction. Some 99% of all past life has gone the way of the dinosaurs. We talk about saving the planet, but the planet will be fine without us. I'm sure that you've seen footage around Chernobyl, where no humans live now after the nuclear meltdown. But nature immediately rebounded, in fact, flourished. Our predecessors faced innumerable challenges over the last 8 million years, and no doubt they eluded extinction on many occasions. It would be near impossible to find a single spot on Earth that has not escaped the exploitive hand of Homo sapiens. And the consequences are shouted from headlines every day: floods, fires, drought, contaminated water, polluted air, destabilized ocean currents, and on and on. It makes you wonder if it is too late for our species to save ourselves, because it's really up to us. Like it or not, humans fantasize that there's another place to move to, as I said. But since 1984, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, SETI, has yet to receive a single message from outer space. I know someone who works there, since I live in California, and every time I see him, I say, "Anybody call?" Even if there is a livable planet revolving around our closest star, Proxima Centauri, it would take us 20,000 years to get there with current technology. So we must come together as a species and find solutions right here on Earth. There's simply no place for us to move to. Yes, without life, it would go on. Without us, life would go on this planet. But how tragic to think of a world where there is no one to revel in a sunset, to see a shooting star, or to listen to a Beethoven symphony. Let us not focus on extraterrestrial journeys that serve only to amplify the egos of billionaires, but encourage them to find solutions to the problems we face right here on Earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Johansson. I'd like to introduce you now to Professor Erling Norby of the Royal Swedish Academy of Science. Professor Norby has been a long-term professor of virology at the Karolinska Institute and has served in the selection committee for the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. He is a prolific author of many books and articles. Professor Norby reminds us that viruses are the most prevalent biological entities in the world, and that these have played a role in the evolutionary developments of more progressively advanced forms of life. However, he cautions that in special cases they may cause disease that can spread effectively, especially due to the nature of today's global societies. Drawing from his vast experience, Professor Norby will provide insight on, from poliomyelitis to the COVID-19 pandemic, reflections by a virologist. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Laurie, for this kind introduction. It's my pleasure to be your second speaker here today in a very diversified program that I myself am looking forward to with great anticipation. And yes, my background is that of a virologist. And it all started in the autumn of 1958, when I'm on my 5th semester at the Karolinska Institute. I started to study medicine because I thought I could make a contribution in a clinical setting, helping people. That was my upbringing, and that our task was to really give help to other people. But then I heard a lecture by the professor of virology, Sven Gard, and what he presented really was exciting. I wondered a lot about what he was telling me, and he used a word ubiquitous, in Swedish ubiquitär, and that ubiquitous means that it's present everywhere. And what kind of infectious agents were these that could really be represented in all different contexts? And I got really intrigued by this. So instead of becoming a clinically active physician, I decided to do science and enter the field, at that time rather young field of virology. And this was a decision that I never regretted. It's been an amazing journey. But it took me, I would say, some 50 years because I fully understood what does it mean to be ubiquitous, to be everywhere. And this progressively grew on me as I did very kind of research on different animal viruses and so forth. But in the end, what I could conclude, let's see, it isn't, how do you move the picture, right here? Yep, thank you. So if you look at the tree of life, and with all the three major, the eukaryotes, the archaea, and bacteria, they are surrounded by a dense cloud of infectious agents. Just as humans, when we know of at least 200 different kinds of viruses that can cause disease in us, a single species, and it means that also other species have a similar situation with a lot of various infectious agents. And the way I learned about this was, in fact, when I decided, in coming into the mature post-permanent secretary phase in my life, to write books about Nobel Prizes. Turns out that this is a very, very rich material because the selection of a Nobel Prize recipient is based on very careful analysis and evaluations, originally only by Swedish scientists, and they made these reviews and there were decisions taken on the price of a particular year. And these are remarkable real-time analysis of knowledge. And the only little snag here is that we have 50-year secrecy, so you have to have some patience before you can look into these archives. But once you can start to use them, you learn a lot of things. You learn a lot about the attitudes of the time. We have a tendency to forget how knowledge grows. And as we come to a new phase in our knowledge, we question why didn't they understand or why didn't one understand. So this is a very rich material, and it's led to 4 books so far. Actually, this runs on a 3-year period. I cover 3 years at a time, patiently waiting the availability of the secret material, and then I can write about the individuals, the setting, and the particular field of advance in science. I hope that eventually this will be used by many more science historians, because I sometimes write about prices in chemistry, but most about what's called physiology or medicine. But there's a lot of material on physics and also, of course, in various other fields. So I did, of course, write particularly about the viruses, and then on that occasion I started to understand the complexity of the virus world. One of my good friends is the scientist Craig Venter. And many of you know, he together with a big, or in competition with a big consortium, analyzed the human genome. And in 2001, it was said that there was a tie, and that he had concluded the analysis at that stage, and also the consortium. The truth of the matter is probably that it was Craig that was forcing the whole thing. He was introducing new technique, so-called shotgun analysis, where you just split the DNA into fragments and then sequenced all the fragments and let the computer build the genome together. So having finished the human genome in 2001, Craig said, I want to do something different. So he took is big sailing boat, Sorcerer 2, a 100-footer, and to sail around the world. And each 200 nautical miles, we collected samples, and this was at 2 meters depth, and 200 liters of water was collected, filtered through 3 filters, and all the samples that were collected were then frozen and shipped home to the laboratory, and all the genes present in this material was sequenced. This took us around the world, and you can see the dots here are the different samples. And keep in mind now that one is making a sample of just a single place at a certain depth and so forth. It is indeed just a little sample of what is there in all that water that there is in the ocean. And of course, amazing things were found, and I won't review that here. There is just so much out there. But in numbers, the next time you swim in a lake or something like that, keep in mind that in 1 milliliter of water, there is about 1 million microorganisms, and there are 10 million viruses. What do? Why are they there? Good questions without any real good answers in most cases. If you start to add this up, it means that the total number of viruses is 10 up to power 24. It's 10 times more than all the stars in the universe. How much do we know about their life? Of course, very little, but numbers are staggering. And if we start to widen this even further, if you look at all the forms of life out there, 1.5 million animal species, perhaps 20 million different insects, open 3 million plant species, a lot of microorganisms. They are not even counted. No one has an idea about how many microorganisms there are. In classification, they may come up to many thousands, but there are millions and millions of them. So all this is extremely complex, and we come up to very, very big numbers that are essentially incomprehensible. If we talk about the total number of perhaps of viruses on our planet, we'll talk about 10 power 31 or 32. And the number is just, you cannot grasp a number of that size. One can mention that the number of grains of sand in this world is calculated to be 10 power 28. So it's 10,000 more than all the sands that are available. So what I want to emphasize here is that there's so much knowledge that we have not gathered at the present time. We have just scratched the surface. Half of all organic material out there is represented by microorganisms and viruses. And as long as we don't know how they interplay, how can we talk about ecology or eradication or a disappearance of species and so forth? These are probably very important indicators, but the truth of the matter is that we need much more knowledge in order to really talk in a serious way about what ecology is. Then we go to shift gear a little. And this is a young man, Ali Merlin, who represents the last case of normal smallpox in human beings. In 1970, I see the sunshine, regrettably, interferes with it. So it's the last case of natural smallpox. And this goes back to, in the 1950s, it was planned by the World Health Organization to try to eradicate smallpox. And this was by really the oldest and the most traditional vaccine that we have, the live smallpox vaccine, which has its origin in observations by Jenner that milk ladies who were infected with cowpox, that they seemed to be immune to smallpox. So the man started that program, and it was a very, very successful program. And in 1978, or in 1976, the last case of smallpox was there. In 1978, one declared smallpox eradicated from the world. And think about it. This is a disease that has killed, as it estimated, at least 300 million human beings. through the history of mankind. And this may be something to be reflected on by those who are resistant to the use of vaccines. It's an unbelievable success story that you can eradicate a disease. Stimulated by that, the World Health Organization considered what could be the next disease to eradicate. And for various reasons, one decided to try to eradicate polio. And the reason was that because of the major medical importance that disease has. One could have chosen like measles, for example, and then one had much easier task. If one had decided to eradicate measles and started that in the 1980s, I'm sure measles would have disappeared from our world today. But one chose polio, which was more of a challenge. Polio, and the reason it's quite obvious, polio was the disease that caused the #1 scare in civilized societies in the early half of the 20th century. Each autumn, there was this expectations of how many polio cases will we have, and it varied from year to year. Then there was a dogma that said that poliovirus can only replicate in nerve cells. And if it's anything that can harm science, these are these dogmas. Because one learned later that held back the development. One couldn't produce a vaccine because you couldn't grow the virus in your laboratory, and you need to be able to manage the virus in a laboratory to make a vaccine. And then in 1949, the 3 scientists at Harvard, John Enders, a very, very charming pediatrician and virologist, and these 2 collaborators, Frederick Robinson and Thomas Weller. And they showed that this dog was wrong. Poliovirus can grow very effectively in regular epithelial cells, in fibroblasts. So all by a sudden, it became possible to develop a vaccine. And that came fast. So already in the early mid-1950s, there was a vaccine of the kind that was early developed against influenza virus. And Jonas Salk was, of course, very active in developing that vaccine. He inactivated the virus with formalin, and he could show that it was immunogenic and not infectious. However, it was not a very, very controlled first experiments, so regrettably, because of ineffective inactivation, there were some cases of polio in those that vaccinated, the so-called Cutter episode. And my predecessor, Sven Gard, made a very major contribution there, showing that the curve of inactivation was not linear, but it was 2 different components of that. And therefore, we developed a different kind of inactivated vaccine in Sweden, and which was started to be used in 1956-57. By use of that vaccine, it was possible to eliminate the disease, but also to extinguish the circulation of poliovirus in society, which was a bit of an unexpected achievement. And in parallel with this, Albert Sabin developed the live polio vaccine, which, as you know, has another principle. It is an attenuated virus that you swallow, that replicates in your gut, gives a good local immunity to the virus, and therefore very effective immunity to all 3 types of poliovirus. But the disadvantage of that was that in very rare cases, the virus could regain a capacity to cause disease. So you had, in very, very exceptional cases, vaccine-associated polio cases. Anyhow, the World Organization decided to put polio on the list for eradication. Started that in the 1980s, and that also was quite a success story, because you can see now from 1988 and onwards the number of countries that became free of polio, and eventually coming into this century, there were only 4 countries where the polio was still prevailing, and that was in India, it was in Nigeria, and in Afghanistan and Pakistan. And amazingly, India managed to eradicate polio from that huge and highly populated country, which is an impressive achievement. And then also Nigeria, where there have been enormous problems with social upheavals, in particularly the northern part of the country, one managed to eliminate polio. So we have polio now in only 2 countries in the world. Talk about wild polio now, and that is in Afghanistan and Pakistan. Of course, with the present political developments, there's a lot of concern, but so far the situation seems not to have worsened. But of course, the World Health Organization is very eager to come to a conclusion of this program. Once you have eradicated wild polio virus from the world, then you can phase out vaccination. That is the point. Then you don't need to vaccinate any longer. So polio is still around, but now in a very, very restricted circulation. And we do have, in all honesty, some problems with vaccine-associated cases, which is another problem. And in order to resolve this, one need to switch back from live vaccine to inactivated vaccine. And then, of course, I am a little proud to take notice that Sweden is one of the few countries, if not the only country in the world, who has eradicated polio as a disease by using inactivated vaccine, but also eradicate circulation of the virus, which was not assumed to be possible by using this kind of vaccine. So major advances and knowledge grows, and I would then think I would focus a little on a particular branch of knowledge that turned out to be very important in the development of new vaccines against viruses. The old vaccines, they were more like kind of empirical. They took time to develop, 5 to 10 years, and there had to be a lot of complicated tests. But in the meantime, we have learned amazing things in the field of molecular biology. And it all started, of course, with the discovery of DNA and an understanding that DNA is the critical information-carrying molecule. This was a major conceptual step to take, and for some reason, it was a lot of people who refuted that such a trivial molecule as DNA really could be at the core of this matter. It could be the critical information-carrying molecules. And even though there were solid experiments by Avery published in 1944, people did not believe it. And well, there were other evidence also accumulated. But of course, in 1953, when Watson and Crick could show the structure of DNA, then it was started to be taken seriously, that this is probably the critical molecule. But one can take notice that the first nomination for a Nobel Prize to Watson and Crick and Wilkins comes in 1960. It took 7 years before the scientific community fully endorsed that this is absolutely critical finding. So when we come to the Nobel Prize in 62 and look at the Nobel lectures, what does Crick talk about? Crick talks about the triplet, the code by which DNA could direct the synthesis of proteins. And Watson talks about the RNA and so forth. And then things developed rapidly during the 1950s and the 1960s. And without going into any details, but it was possible for Francois Jacob and Sidney Brenner to demonstrate that there's something called messenger RNA that could take the information from DNA and carry it over to the protein synthesizing machine in the ribosomes, and thereby could lead to production of proteins. And these two people, they received the Nobel Prize in different contexts, but they were both Nobel laureates. But the critical prize is, of course, the one in 68, when one had managed to read the genetic code, the fantastic language that nature uses. And it was given to Nierenberg, who really did that job, and 2 other people, Hokorana, who developed important techniques, and Holly, who did first show the transfer RNA, the molecule that really can interact with a certain triplet code in the messenger RNA and thereby identify or locate a particular amino acid to its proper place in the protein. And knowledge has grown immensely in the field of molecular biology. I won't cover that, but I want to show this cover of Science from 1969, where by electron microscope you can see in the core of these feathers is the DNA. And from that DNA synthesized all the messenger RNA that is then going to direct the synthesis of proteins. And we have gained, of course, insights into the whole mechanism and detailed mechanism of transcription and translation. And we've given Nobel Prizes for crystallographers who have managed to look at those details. But I want to come to as a closure here is how all this knowledge has allowed us to speed up and to develop vaccine production of new vaccines. And then, of course, I'm talking about the new COVID-19 vaccine, which is based on the use of messenger RNA. So it's possible now to, first of all, by all the technique there is to select the right messenger RNA. It's possible to include that into a lipid layer and to, when you expose cells to this lipid vesicle containing messenger RNA, you can get the messenger RNA into the cell, and you can make our own cells produce the virus-specific protein that decorates the surface of the virus particle, and that has given the virus its name. It is these projections that forms like a corona, and therefore we have coronaviruses. But this is a vaccine developed within a year of the discovery of the virus. Who would have thought that something like that would be possible? It proves that the value of accumulating solid new information. So what is the answer to our challenging problem we're going to raise here today? Well, the answer is to allow the development of science and technology, and that is the way we're going to find the answers to many of the big questions, all anchored in knowledge. But let me finish by a statement by the Nobel Prize recipient in literature, Joseph Brodsky, in 1987, and it reads like this. The point, however, is that democratic principle, so welcome in almost all spheres of human endeavors, has no application in at least two of them, in art and in science. In these two spheres, the application of the democratic principle results in equating masterpiece with garbage and discovery with ignorance. Now, this is something to keep in mind when we talk about fake news and the information society. Okay, thank you very much for your interest, and apologies if I have extended it.
That was great. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Professor Norby. While Professor Norby was speaking, I was getting messages from Asia and surprisingly even the US, so people are getting up early to watch this. Many, especially those from World Scientific, are telling me to say hello to you, Professor Norby. So we now turn our attention to Professor Lidia Morawska, who is the Distinguished Professor and Director of the International Laboratory for Air Quality and Health, and co-director for Australia for the China Centre for Air Quality Science and Management from Queensland Technological University. In these roles, she conducts fundamental and applied research in the interdisciplinary field of air quality and its impact on human health and the environment, with a specific focus on science of airborne particulate matter. Professor Lidia suggests that keeping this planet habitable with a clean, unpolluted atmosphere and filling our indoor spaces where we spend the vast majority of our time with air free of pollution and with a minimal level of infectious pathogens should be our foremost aim. Professor Morawska will speak to us via video from Australia. Is clean indoor air a politically impossible goal? Thank you.
Many thanks for introducing me. Many thanks for inviting me. And let me now share my screen. I hope that you can see my screen. Is that right?
Do you want to sit here?
Yes. I take that you can see my screen. Okay, I understand that you can see my screen. So the title is Clean Indoor Air, Politically Impossible Goal. And I will talk about a few aspects: the perception and awareness, indoor air, the complexity, impacts of indoor air pollution, paradigm shift, use science and technology, and what is the real challenge. I'll start with something which perhaps will appear to be not related to this presentation: water. Imagine that you got a glass of water like this in a restaurant. Well, of course, you would refuse this, and you would immediately ask and be offered a clean glass of water. No doubt about this. If you were offered food which were not of good quality, something wrong with it, smelled, of course you will refuse this, and again you will be very quickly given much better food. But air, what if you were given bad air? Well, probably we don't even know what does it mean. If it looks like this, if you look outside the window, blue, well, it's clean. If it looks like this, or if you can't see, it's polluted. But can people always tell if air is clean or polluted? People very rarely think about this unless they can't see. And of course, the situation in relation to indoor air is even more complex. Until the pandemic, no one would have thought for a second about the quality of indoor air or the presence of viruses in indoor air. So this is the problem, the perception. If the society is not aware and not considering air pollution, of course, politically, this is not something the governments would be keen to do. The complexity. Well, if we think about indoor environments, the many different types of indoor environments, and the air pollution, which is a dynamic mix of pollutants with complex chemistry, physical, microbiological properties, and of course, very much depending on the type of indoor environment. Now, the issue, the type of environment, if we look at the schools, this depends and is responsibility of the Department of Education, healthcare facilities, Ministry of Health, and so on and so on. So you can immediately see that the whole government should be involved in this, which is a big complexity. Now, then comes the scientific technological complexity of sources and factors affecting concentration of indoor air pollutants. So there are many of them. I just listed a few of them. And for the building to operate, any building to operate, there's the energy needed. So many of those factors are related also to energy consumption. So this is the complexity. Now, I mentioned the issue of indoor versus outdoor. Now, again, politically, or from the government perspective, someone else, different department, manages outdoor air and indoor air. But outdoor air is the source of indoor pollution. Several years ago, we've conducted a study on exposure in different types of environments, homes, schools, offices, and aged care facilities to particulate matter, different types, particle mass, larger particles, particle number, smaller particles. So it's not only that we found impacts of these outdoor particles, but different impacts in different environments. In homes, particle number, smaller particles were coming from indoor sources, bigger particles from outdoors. In schools, the other way around. In the office, everything comes from outside. So there's a huge impact of outdoor environment, which is managed by somebody else. Now, what are the impacts of indoor air pollution? We could talk for a long time about this, but I'll just show you one graph coming from a report published some years ago about indoor air quality associated DALI. which is disability adjusted life years in 26 European countries. Now, so we can see the countries here, and what does it mean, the blue and red? Blue are national DALI related to indoor air exposure to pollution originated from outdoor, and red is contribution from indoor sources. So if you look at these bars for all the countries, of course, there's variation between the countries, but you can see that this indoor air associated DALI, which is health impacts, depend on both indoor and outdoor pollutants, which means a huge impact of outdoor pollution on indoor air. Now, paradigm shift using science and technology. Well, this would be very simple if this is all what we needed. A few years ago, I read with a big interest this particular issue of the Time magazine titled The Smarter Home, a double issue with lots of interesting articles about what that smarter home means. Well, energy efficient, self-sustained, making your life easier, enjoyable, which means, well, lights turn on or music turns on when you approach the house and this kind of things. But none of this article, not a single one, mentioned anything to do with indoor air quality or health. So this was not really in the sphere of interest. Now, that paradigm change, we've started looking with colleagues into these issues again some years ago when we investigated real-time sensors for indoor air monitoring and applying them to, well, improve air quality. Now, in the title is the challenges ahead of our time. The editors didn't agree to our title, which was that it is ahead of our times. Now, but importantly, what we concluded then, in relation to this whole field, we demonstrated that the awareness of indoor air quality risks and availability of appropriate regulation are lagging behind the technologies. So that's where the problem is. Well, very recently, this year, during the pandemic, we've published this paper, a call for a paradigm shift to combat indoor respiratory infections in the context of indoor air quality as such. So subtitle, building ventilation systems must get much better. Now, of course, this is also very country specific. Each country has its specific problems. And for example, in relation to Australia, I published this little article about Australia, titled Australia Must Get Serious About Airborne Infection Transmission, What to Do. So the paradigm shift. What are the steps of the paradigm shift? Again, in a very simplification. Step one, approach. Approach to how our buildings are designed, equipped, and operated to minimize all air risks, including airborne infection transmission, not only airborne transmission. So when we are talking about all these risks, I've been talking about infection transmission, but there's pollution from outside, like these bushfires, other anthropogenic pollutants generated indoors. There's the issue of dampness and mold if the buildings is sometimes too tight. Issue is ensuring thermal comfort, and all of this has to be taken into account at the type of the building design, heating, ventilation, system design, building operation, and considering energy demand. Second step of the strategy, ventilation standards must be developed that explicitly consider health and infection control in their statements of purpose and definition, which is at the very, very top of this document. And step three, which I'll mention here, the economy, which is the perception that we cannot afford new ventilation systems. And this is because the economic cost of the impacts of indoor air quality, always, whether infection transmission or other aspects of air quality, always far exceeds the cost. COVID costs $1 trillion monthly. Cost of others transmission in the US, this is before COVID, $50 billion, in smaller countries like Australia up to $140 million. So what is the real challenge in this? Now, the real challenge is the issue of management of indoor air quality, lack of national standards. And these are the few points how bad the situation is. Most countries do not have any indoor air quality standards. For example, in EU, there's no directive guidelines or standard at all. Less than 20 countries have national indoor air quality standards or guidelines or even plans to, for them. Only several European and Asian countries have promulgated national indoor air quality standards or health guidelines. None of them include airborne transmission. And even in those countries which have standards, there are no enforcement procedures. How do I know this? We are just finalizing this handbook of indoor air quality, and this is a summary. That's incredible if you think that most countries have outdoor air quality standards. What are the problems? What are the factors contributing to limited progress in managing indoor air quality? Well, globally, very complex political, social, and legislative situation regarding indoor air quality, full stop. Lack of an open, systematic, harmonized approach. Remember, I mentioned this, how many different government departments would need to be involved in managing indoor air quality. So there are differences between the countries, but most of the countries would tick some of this. No single national government authority responsible for indoor air quality, and the responsibilities spread between different organizations. Environmental legislation as well as health legislations are in discretion of different states, provinces, not federal, states, provinces, dependently on the country. There are no performance standards for indoor environment, only design and operational standards. I'll come back to this in a moment. And occupational environments are treated very differently to residential. There is no less lack of funding for indoor air environment evaluations. And finally, even if there is information available on indoor environment, it is only confidential to building owners and not available otherwise. Now, where this list came from? From a summary which I presented 21 years ago at a conference, indoor air conference in Finland. And unfortunately, nothing has changed over these 20 years. So this last point, performance versus design standards, and what the issue is here. Now, if you think about outdoor air legislation, it is based on performance, which means concentration levels of pollutants. They are measured, they are considered, they are reported. But in relation to indoor environment, this is rooted in design and maintenance standards, which means issues like air exchange rate, filter specification, material emission rates. Of course, all of them are related to indoor air quality, but none is specifically responsible, and no one measures air quality. Well, to close, paradigm shift. Has this been done before? It has. If we go back to what happened, well, quite a while ago, almost 200 years ago, not quite yet, in Great Britain, this report by Sir Edwin Chadwick, sanitary report, which gradually led to changes in relation to clean air quality. 10 years later, the Metropolis Water Act was passed to make provision for securing the supply to the metropolis of pure and wholesome water. Well, still, it didn't happen immediately. 2 years after this, the extent of water contamination was confirmed by John Snow during the cholera epidemic, a very well-known event. So another year passed, and another legislation, so all water for domestic purposes was required to be effectually filtered. So a paradigm shift has been done before. It didn't happen overnight. In many countries, there's still no clean water flowing from the tap, like it is in Switzerland, like it is in Australia. So it can be done. Political will can be extended to this. So the complexity of air quality, indoor air quality, where science and technology is in place, awareness is missing, political will is often not there. So this is our goal, making clean, healthy indoor air the norm. Thank you very much for your attention.
So, thank you, Professor Moroska. I believe you're going to stay on a bit for the panel discussion.
I will stay a little bit, but in half an hour I have a presentation in UK.
Okay.
So
a few minutes then maybe.
Yes.
So I'm hoping that the panel discussions will be very fluid and not so formal. So since Professor Moroska has to leave soon, if there is a question for her, maybe we should start out with something for Professor Moroska. There is a microphone, but feel free to ask. Maybe, Professor Moroska, you could tell us a little bit about what steps individuals can take, maybe, to achieve what you're hoping that we can, since nothing has happened in 20 years.
Well, there's been lots of information about indoor air quality and the need for good air quality for ventilation. So individuals, as the first step, they could well check, do they have ventilation in their homes, in their offices? A very good proxy for ventilation is carbon dioxide measurements. It's easy. I have just one monitor like this here, which I carry with me in my handbag wherever I go in indoor environment. If I were right now with you in Lausanne, I would have it there as well to check what's the quality of indoor environment. And in many cases, I realize how bad it is. So this simple step, just awareness and realization that there's a problem and give rise to actions is very important. But of course, it is eventually not just the individuals, it is governments which would have to put regulations in place.
Okay, thank you. Yes. We have the mic coming.
Thank you very much, Lydia. The question is, what parameters would you use to measure indoor air quality? Is it only CO2? Is it PM 2.5? Is it VOC? Which are the important parameters? We see now in this pandemic, it's concentration of virus in the air. We have no real measurement, no parameter that we can measure. What are the important parameters for the indoor air quality? The same as outside?
Well, 1 month ago, the WHO issued new air quality guidelines, and I was privileged to be a part of this activity, co-chair of the guideline development group. And the document very clearly states that the same values apply to indoor and outdoor air. So there's no difference really between indoor and outdoor air. It is that we measure the concentrations in outdoor air, but we don't measure in indoor air, but we should. But you've mentioned VOCs, so of course VOCs, and there's another WHO guideline on indoor air pollutants issued in 2010, and there's a list of VOCs for which there are guidelines values as well. So we know what should be measured. It's just that we don't do it.
Thank you. David?
Lydia, David, really thank you so much. Actually, it seems to me it would be really helpful to create a prototypical clean air room that could be constructed or brought anywhere in the world, and that would be of acceptable standards, and that would be economically feasible. Isn't that an achievable goal that might be helpful in creating standards themselves?
Well, creating standards is it's really that statement which I mentioned, that the national standards are for the purpose of controlling health. Now, in terms of buildings like this, it is achievable. Technologies exist, and I would like to say that with colleagues, we are working on a demonstration of something like this to show how buildings can protect us from what's generated inside, what's coming from outside, how to ensure thermal comfort, and how to make it all energy efficient. It is possible.
Okay, thank you. Professor Nardell?
Ed Nardell from Harvard University. Thank you for that presentation, Dr. Maruska. Just following your historical comments, I wanted to mention that following the sterilization of water, in the early part of the last century, there was an effort to have clean, disinfect air in buildings, largely around tuberculosis, but measles, etc. And one of the technologies that I'll be talking about later, you won't be here, is germicidal UV. And it was really developed quite a bit. And then when vaccines and antibiotics came along, they said, we won't need these, unnecessary. So they weren't thinking of the bigger picture of indoor air quality. But that technology now is coming back as being important for particularly large volumes of air that need to be treated, where filtration has problems as ventilation has problems and generates more energy use, etc. Comment. Really.
Thank you very much, Ed, for this comment. This is a very important point, because what worries me now that unless action start now to improve the whole framework for controlling indoor air quality, once the pandemic is over, once the vaccines start protecting us completely from the virus, no one will want to talk again about indoor air quality and the virus in the air until the next pandemic. So that's the window of opportunity now to get something done.
Okay. So one more question for Professor Maruska, then we'll let her go.
Can I
Professor
ask?
Chung, yeah?
Hello, Professor Maruska. I'm Fan Chung from Imperial College. You mentioned about regulation of indoor air pollution and the need to measure particles. But what about infective agents? Because we know that the air is a place where bacteria and viruses and other organisms live. In fact, there's evidence that, in fact, some bacteria have a life cycle in the air. So what about regulating those living organisms in indoor air? Thank you.
Thank you for this question. This is a very interesting point. Now, there was an attempt around 2001, 2002, I don't quite remember now, by the WHO to develop guidelines for biological agents, of course, in indoor environment. So there was work on this for a few years. I was part of this activity. And unfortunately, this was the only WHO document in which I was involved, which was never finished. Was never finished because it was basically impossible to agree on the specific concentration levels. Because if we are to control biological agents, be bacteria or viruses, we would need to agree on the concentration levels. So this didn't happen, and the only document was on dampness and mold, but it is qualitative, not quantitative. So this issue of the numerical values for controlling indoor air is the problem. Another issue is that measuring for the purpose of, even if there were values of concentration levels, we don't have simple measurements and no real-time measurements of concentrations of biological agents in the air. This is something which starts progressing now, but it's still a long way to go. So it is still an open issue how to do it.
Okay, in fact, there's just one more question from one of the speakers, Professor Johansson.
Yeah, I just have almost all of us in this room have gotten here in a very special environment, which is called the airplane, where we are all concerned about air quality. And I wondered if you had any data or comments on the effectiveness of air filtration by airlines.
There's been quite a number of studies conducted on the planes, and not only during this pandemic, but for the last 20 years or so. Now, I'd say that overall, ventilation on planes is good, and filtration of the air, which is recirculated to the cabin and back, is normally good as well, unless there is some major failure. The problem normally with infection on the plane is the proximity of the passengers. Even if the ventilation is very good, but if our co-passenger we are touching that person basically, and if that person is infected, and if we are talking to that person, so then ventilation can do very little. There's also an issue of unidirectional flow. If the flow before that air reaches the outlet where it is filtered, it passes between people, and considering many hours on the plane, there's enough time for potentially to enough to be infected. So this is a very specific risk, which is not present at other environments where we can, well, distant more space from each other, and that directional flow is not such an issue.
Okay, thank you. And I do have one more question. This will really be the last one, then you can go on to your next. Professor Roy?
Yeah, hi. Chad Roy from Tulane University. Thank you so much for that talk. And this is actually to you and Dr. Norby to some extent. And it's about context as it relates to bioaerosols. So, you know, most of our ambient environment is actually mostly saprophytic fungi. That in normal air, ambient air, is comprised of, and not necessarily viruses, and even less so in terms of infectious agents, thankfully. On the advent of this pandemic, it really brought it to light, and it kind of relates to what was spoken about in the number of viruses in water, for instance. And that sort of thing, but in the air, and really a cornucopia of microorganisms in the air that we breathe in every day, right? That can be infectious based on susceptibilities of the individual that's breathing it in, or if the agents are actually infectious. I'd love to hear just a couple of comments in terms of context and things like indoor air quality and discerning between infectious and non-infectious, saprophytic and otherwise bioaerosols.
Well, I mentioned the topic of bioaerosols. So it is certainly not only the issue of infectious bioaerosols, viruses or bacteria, but fungi is a problem as well. So for this reason, this WHO document, Dampness and Mold, was developed to prevent presence of mold or fungi in the air. Now, this is qualitative, not quantitative, and the big focus of the document is on the dampness, because it is dampness, the conditions which we create for the mold to grow, which then make it possible for the mold. So this is an acknowledgement, acknowledge that this is an issue, but I fully agree that this is not the only issue in terms of bioaerosols in the environment.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we're going to let you prepare for your next presentation, and again, we thank you so much for being with us here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So now if you could turn some questions to, Joran Thompson, please. You probably don't, but we're going to give you one anyway.
This is for Don. First of all, thank you so much for a very inspirational presentation. I want to get back to Homo egocentrics. And the first question is, how context specific do you think this is? Is it the same in Africa Asia and as in US and Europe, to simplify matters a bit?
What was the, how?
Is it as prevalent in different parts of the world?
Well, you know, I think it's not. I think in Western, and I put quotation marks around civilization also, it probably reaches its highest zenith. I think that we tend to think about ourselves more than anybody else, except maybe perhaps our children. And when you travel around the world, you find that there are numerous societies in which they are as caring and as giving to people in a village as they are to their own particular family. I particularly see this in some philosophical areas like Buddhism, or I don't hate to call it a religion, but it is certainly a way of appreciating the incredible privilege it is to be on this planet.
Absolutely.
And to care for others, because by caring for others, there's always there's a return that we are cared for. And I think that this alienation from nature is at its epitome in places like New York City, where there are people who live next door to one another and don't even know one another. So when a crisis, a challenge, a complication, an emergency, a medical situation occurs, it's what are we going to do? In the African villages where I've worked and had the wonderful privilege of working with people in very remote areas who really appreciate and extend care to one another. For instance, a very personal thing happened. I had adopted an Ethiopian child and from the desert and brought him home. And I was living in Berkeley, and the doorbell rang, and there was a neighbor. I didn't know this neighbor, but he said, this boy says that he lives in this house, because he had just arrived. He wasn't speaking very much English. And I said, well, where did you find them? He said, well, I found him in my kitchen. He was looking for something to drink. And I explained to him that in his village, in the Afar region of Ethiopia, if he needed something, he could go into anybody's place and receive love, attention, assistance, or whatever. So I think that it varies a great deal, and it really is something that all of us should embrace, in the sense that you know, we are all the same species. We all share the common ancestry. We all have the same genes. There is probably also a common destiny for us. And until people can be much more embracing and less isolationist, I think we're going to continue to have many more severe problems.
Agree, absolutely. Can I take the other part, the other question?
Sure.
Now, if you want to reverse from the Homo egocentrics back to Homo sapiens, do you have any recipes for that? Any structural interventions or systems interventions? Any suggestions here?
Well, I think it is to act, as we say, to think globally, but to act locally. That this is something that truly begins at home. And of course, in your country, where I still have relatives in Sweden, my closest cousin, who was 92 and just passed away, she was cared for by a system that whereby she didn't have to worry about the basic needs for life. And I think that we have to start thinking about what people need rather than what people want. And I think that's very important to make that distinction, because leaving the Florence airport yesterday morning, there was a screen about this size from Ferragamo, and it was all about opulence, and it was all about individuality. It was all about judging on the basis of what one was wearing. And I think we really need to move away from that and to embrace each other in ways that, that really are very atavistic in a sense. When we lived as hunter-gatherers, which is only up to 10,000 years ago or so, we were very interdependent on one another. And I feel that this estrangement that we are experiencing, what we saw in Florence was that people are traveling again, and they're interacting with places that they've dreamed about. And this is bringing more people back together. So it really begins at home. It begins with an individual. It begins with our own actions. Whether it's if you face difficulty and you're unhappy in the airport about something, you know, smile for a change instead of condemn. And it's something that is truly, this altruistic side to being human is something I think very deep-seated in us. And it is probably something that we should be teaching. You know, in Finland, children don't have homework. Children go to school a few hours a day, and they learn to be humans before they learn to be capitalists, to put it strongly. So there are models like that work very, very well. Thank you for that.
So we have two people with microphones, and then Professor Norden, you'll be after that, okay? So please go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay. Hi. This is a question for Professor Norby. Thank you very much for an inspiring lecture. I wonder whether you have any advice for us in the current COVID vaccine campaign, especially when it comes to vaccine hesitancy, and what we have learned from previous campaigns, polio, smallpox, to actually do better than we currently do.
Let's see if I got your question. So it's about the use of vaccine and development of vaccine?
No, about what to do about vaccine hesitancy. How can you overcome?
That is a major problem. And we live in a society where, of course, fake news and false news are really playing a major role. And it's a big uncontrolled area with all the social media that anyone can seed an idea or spread some disinformation or so. So we need to act very forcefully on that. The critical part, I think, is the proof of principle. What we need to, in some way, refer back to what we have achieved and see these enormous advances in health in the modern society. I mean, these are incredible achievements. The increased average lifespan, the way we can control infectious diseases with antibiotics, with vaccines and so forth, the way we can control coronary heart disease and so forth. All these are major achievements that everyone profits from. I mean, it is indeed amazing if you look at it. Then one part of this is, of course, that there's also just the one world. And this is the privilege of having modern healthcare is unevenly distributed. So, and vaccines, as you emphasize, is a very important part of this, and we need, I think, to secure that the vaccines are being used. One could say then that these global eradication programs that I highlighted, they depend on the fact that you are successful in every single country around the world to manage this. And hopefully we will be able, although that will be quite a challenge, to eradicate wild polio circulation, to eliminate wild polio circulation, also in Afghanistan and Pakistan. But that is a daunting challenge with the current political situation.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
I have a question for Professor Johansson. This is Dan Schrag from Harvard University. And first, before I ask my question, I must say, as a New Yorker, I would just like to defend the altruism of New Yorkers, even though I don't live there anymore. I would say that each city and location has a kind of balance between altruism and tribalism of its own. I would refer you to the New Yorkers who, on a daily basis through the pandemic, would cheer for the first-line health workers every day. unlike anywhere else in the US. The New Yorkers came out on balconies, on the streets, and cheered for their healthcare workers in a spirit of community that I think evokes what you were referring to a little bit. So every city, every place has their own style, but as a Californian, don't judge New Yorkers quite so harshly. I have a question for you as a geologist myself. In fact, I was a teaching assistant for Garnis Curtis years ago and spent time at the Institute of Human Origins. One of the things that I take away from your discovery of Lucy, from the long history of human origins, is that hominid species have survived through multiple environments, through dozens of ice ages coming and going. Even Homo sapiens have gone through extraordinary environmental change just through the last glacial maximum, albeit over a much slower time scale, but still extraordinarily adaptive. And in my view, while many humans will suffer in the coming centuries, and indeed humans are suffering today, I'm not so worried about the species surviving. The species has shown an incredible ability to adapt. I'm worried about what we're doing to the rest of the species on the planet. And I'd love your perspective on that from thinking about the long history of hominid species.
Yes, I didn't mean to be so hard on New Yorkers. I love New York. I just use it as an example of people who hardly know one another, and there is a sense of community in New York City, clearly. And one of the questions is, has COVID enhanced this or not in terms of people working together? I live in Marin County in Northern California. We're about 98% inoculated for this virus, and there's a tremendous level of proudness that has come with that. But yes, you know, our fellow travelers on this planet are really at our own mercy. I mean, we are destroying environments. We are bringing about the extinction of so many of these fellow travelers who have come here over very long periods of adapting to particular environments. And what we see is that humans have indeed survived the whims and caprices of environmental change, etc., because we are very highly adaptable animals rather than being specifically adapted to a very narrow niche. And I think it really is our responsibility to do what we can to preserve species on the planet. For example, the enormous knowledge that has come from studying our closest living relatives, chimpanzees. You know, we didn't evolve from chimpanzees, but certainly many of the behaviors and emotions that we see in chimpanzees precede what we see so highly developed among humans. And to me, it's unconscionable that we are not doing more conservation work. Jane Goodall, of course, and I are great friends, and we talk about this from time to time. She's done more than anybody. But I suspect that if we traveled into space and we found a creature like a chimpanzee and we did the DNA and it was closely related to us, that we would be spending probably tens, hundreds of millions of dollars trying to understand why and what that means and how it relates to us and how it enlightens our particular specialty, our specialness. So I'm very much interested in conservation. I'm not very active in conservation, but certainly when animals go extinct, as you well know, as a geologist, they're gone forever and they will never come back. And perhaps you brought up something very interesting in the sense that, yes, I think humans will be around for a very, very long time, but I'm not exactly very positive about the kinds of worlds in which we're going to have to live in when things change. When oceans rise and you have tens of millions of people in places, low-lying areas, particularly in Southeast Asia, where are they going to go? Who's going to take them in? I think that it's going to be a very competitive world and a very complicated world for many people. But yes, I think that humans will be around for a long time. I think that it's imperative that we do use our knowledge and abilities and financial resources to do as much as we can to preserve the natural environment, which means looking after our fellow travelers.
Thank you. Professor Norby has a comment, and then if someone could bring a mic to Professor Norden in the front here.
So, apropos New Yorkers, one of my favorite stories is the tourist that asking the New Yorker, how do you get to Carnegie Hall? And the answer is practice. It's not a bad answer, actually. We need to know what we are simulating, and we need to practice, and we need to respect knowledge. That is the way of making the civilization go forward, actually.
Yeah, thank you. Professor Norden, here comes the microphone for you.
Well, my question is to both of you. I enjoyed your talks, and it's about knowledge. You showed very elegantly how science provides new knowledge, dogmas, paradigm shifts. And my question is, how could we make different societies accept the importance of acquiring new knowledge, and how to make politicians assist new development, and how to handle fake news?
How to make...
How to engage politicians and other people with it, and how to channel fake news. How do we deal with that?
I mean, people are aware of fantastic development. The use of messenger RNA to make new vaccines. I mean, you can hardly find such a striking evidence of the use of science, the usefulness of science.
Yeah, so how do we disseminate knowledge and protect ourselves against fake news, as well as engage other communities beyond the scientific realm?
A part of that, Bengt, must be that we need to have a good communication between the scientists that generate the knowledge and those that are responsible in our society, the politicians. And there are various means that you can try to do that. We have, as you know, in Sweden, an informal group between parliamentarians and scientists that meet where you can inform and so forth. So you need to have, of course, a respect for that. The problem I've noticed is that for some reason in Sweden, our politicians rarely have an academic background, and I don't know why that is. If academicians don't think that politics is something that it's something to really involve yourself in, that it's more important that you do your science. So it's partly a communication problem, but it's an information transfer problem also. We need, actually, I think it is important when we make these major achievements, when we've been successful in using a vaccine and so forth, it's not only the scientists that should be proud of that, it is the whole society, because the whole society has provided the opportunities for this development to take place. So it's everyone's ownership. And if one comes to that point that we the whole community has developed a vaccine, it may have another impact. But we're back, of course, to the modern communication, where the way information flows in an uncontrolled way, and that uncontrolled arguments and statement of facts are being floating around. And that is a big debate of how we're going to balance that out with a knowledge that is reproducible and reliable and so forth.
Programs like this. It's a start.
Yeah. Well, I would echo what you just said, and being an educator my whole life, and translating my science into the vernacular so people can understand it and not be threatened by the word evolution, has been very rewarding to me. With so many of the students who have come to study with me and people at the Institute in Arizona, but to the average person who comes to a presentation at night and hears someone speak. And there are many people in this audience, I'm sure, who give presentations to convey the importance of the research to people. Education, of course, is probably the answer to most every problem we're facing. Just to close, I would say that when I lived in Berkeley, my favorite bumper sticker was, if you think education is expensive, try ignorance.
Thank you.
I could add to something that you know very well, Bengt. So in Sweden, we can use, of course, the Nobel Prize as a lever, and not only for encouraging our people to learn to know. The Nobel Prizes allow you for once to get the science news on the front page and on prime time on television, and we need to use that, exploit that. And we also make this particular posters that we then send out to schools. So we should use all these levers to share our excitement, to make everyone appreciate the impressive nature of the advances being made. And it's something that belongs to the whole humankind.
Okay, I'm going to have to stop you there. If Peter, if you'd like to ask your question, and then we're going to have a very short break and come back. So, go ahead.
Thank you so much for extremely interesting presentations. We have now acknowledged the enormous success with just in a very short time for the vaccine development with against COVID-19. So that's fantastic. But also I would say that going back to the polio, for 30 years it took, but it's still a fantastic development.
It is.
So there are 2 countries left now, and countries also involved in conflict and war and problems. And that, to me, will point to how do we try now to really eradicate polio, working also with, politicians, with governments. It's not only at science. Science is wonderful, but how do you see and envisage the final part here now to get rid of polio in that sense?
Right.
Thank you.
So it is a very good point. And you are so close to the goal. In fact, I didn't mention that, but there are 3 types of polio, type 1, 2, and 3. And type 2 and 3 are, in fact, globally eradicated. So we're just fighting type 1 now. And so one would think then that because of the urgency of the situation, the high priority, that one finds some ways of communicate this. But you have to cut through political barriers, cut through religious barriers, and so forth. But everyone knows how important this is, and I'm sure major efforts have been made. It could have been that for a while now, of course, the World Health Organization had to focus on other things and couldn't give the full strength to the polio eradication program because of the corona pandemic. And there's much more to be done there. We haven't talked about the spread of the pandemic in developing countries. It's very important that we can move in that part also, because these infectious diseases emphasize that there is just one world. It is a global responsibility. We can't divide the world in different parts and say, let's leave Africa to itself. We need to be involved, all of us, in that. So engage people is what you need. Resources, I'm sure resources can be arranged. We not talk about incomprehensible amounts of money. So I'm optimistic, but I know it's a challenge.
Thank you. We're going to take one more question anyway, in the back.
Yes, hello, this is Stefan Katsikis from Precision Health. My basic understanding was that one of the reasons why sapiens defeated Neanderthal was that it would act more socially in a more coordinated way. So is this true? And if it is, why did we lose that behavior, in your opinion?
Why do we lose which behavior?
Social, coordinated, being able to attack Neanderthal, who was more individualistic, maybe. So is this true, and did we lose that?
Well, I don't think we've lost the ability to cooperate. I think that that's one of the major features of being human, is that we cooperate with anybody from anywhere on the planet, from any society, from any social level. But with Neanderthals, I think that it wasn't a direct annihilation of Neanderthals. I think they were outcompeted by sapiens coming out of Africa. Sapiens, as far as the archaeological work shows, when we came out of Africa, we had very efficient and very frightening technology. We had spear throwers, we call them addle-addles or propulseurs. We had the bow and arrow. And when we take a broader view and look at, say, Australia, when Europeans got to Australia, particularly the English, and they had rifles, there was little that the native people could do but run. And I think that to a large extent, this is what happened to Neanderthals, that if we were a couple of Neanderthals, they're politicians mostly, but if we were a couple of Neanderthals standing in an abri overlooking the Vézère River, and some object came out at us from across the river and pierced the body next to us, we would run. And I think that there was the technology is what really outcompeted Neanderthals. They had large brains. I suspect their brains were not as well organized as ours. There's a major difference in skull shape between Neanderthals and ours. Neanderthals retained very Homo erectus-like brains with somewhat reduced prefrontal cortex, and so on. And what we see is that the other important thing besides cooperation, I think, that was so important, because it does take an enormous amount of cooperation as hunter-gatherers to make a living, was symbolic syntactic language. And yes, Neanderthals did pierce some shells and wear them in teeth and probably painted their bodies with ochre, but coincident with our arrival in Europe were these polychrome paintings that one sees in caves. The best known, of course, are Lascaux and Chauvet, but Font de Gomme and Peshmeral and all of these wonderful places, Altamira. And this takes an incredibly high level of societal coordination. I think that these weren't just artists going in and expressing themselves. This was encoded into a very elaborate belief system. And you don't do that unless you can abstract that world, bring it into your mind, and then paint it onto walls. So I think that climate change had something to do with Neanderthals disappearing also. They were cold-adapted creatures. The glaciers were retreating. And to show how technologically advanced Neanderthals were, or Sapiens was it was the height of one of the longest, most intense glaciations when a tropically adapted animal from Africa moved into Europe and survived and flourished. So it's probably not just one factor, and we're finding out more about Neanderthals, that they certainly weren't dumb brutes running around hoping to stumble across food, but the advantages that the technology gave us did not allow for Neanderthals to survive. We all have Neanderthal genes in us in this room, I think. I noticed some more than others, but
that's right, 1 to 4%.
This is because there was some intermixing, which is a problem of, were they different species? Were they subspecies? They were certainly different enough because we are the only ones who have survived. But I think there's a greater appreciation for the abilities of Neanderthals. But it does say something rather dramatic about us as a species, because where Neanderthals were living, where late Homo erectus in Asia was living, where Homo floresiensis was living, where Denisovans were living, and other species that have only been diagnosed through DNA are living, they're all gone. So it seems that wherever we went, we brought about the extinction of our closest relatives.
Thank you. So I appreciate both of your comments, as well as Professor Morawska's earlier. I'm going to ask you to take a very short break because we have to get back on track. But during the program, if you need to get up and get a coffee or whatever, feel free. So perhaps a 5-minute break. During the lunchtime, I'm going to ask Dawn to comment a little bit on the NASA program and Lucy, because it's very interesting. But now just stretch your legs and come back in a few minutes, and we'll hear from Professor Nardell. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, your ideas are absolutely right about dissemination. Yeah?
Okay. If everybody could please take their seats again. We're starting the program again. So we're now very much looking forward to hearing from Professor Ed Nardell, who is a professor in the departments of Medicine and Global Health and Social Medicine at Harvard Medical School, and a professor in the departments of Immunology and Infectious Diseases and Environmental Health at the Harvard School of Public Health. He's an associate in medicine in the Department of Medicine at Brigham and Women's Hospital, in both the Division of Global Health Equity and the Pulmonary Division. His research interests involve the control of tuberculosis under resource-limited conditions with a focus on the pathogenesis of drug-resistant tuberculosis, its airborne transmission, and transmission control in institutions. He is recently testing interventions to prevent transmission of multi-drug resistant tuberculosis in a unique experimental facility in South Africa. Professor Nardell acknowledges that infection control in much of the world is controlled through ventilation in the form of open windows. However, increasingly heat, humidity, and air pollution around the world are resulting in windows closing, especially in countries where climate change is a factor and which has sufficient resources to install air conditioning. This circumstance causes an immediate and significant increase in the risk of airborne infections, such as COVID-19, influenza, and tuberculosis. Immunization and implementation of disease control help to mitigate the risks. However, Professor Nardell indicates that to better the risks associated with loss of natural ventilation also requires effective air disinfection strategies. Professor Nardell's presentation title is Cool but Dangerous: How Climate Change is Increasing the Risk of Airborne Infections. Thank you. Welcome, Professor Nardell. Music.
Good morning. It's a great honor to follow the speakers that began this program today, and I'm grateful for the organizers for the invitation. The topic, Cool but Dangerous, reflects a phenomenon that's occurring, and I don't see my slides. There we go. Globally, and I think will have epidemiologic impact on a number of airborne infections, is having epidemiologic impact now. And as was mentioned, my career began with dealing with tuberculosis, which is exclusively airborne, but of necessity transferred over to COVID. And we know that there had been some controversy of how this virus has spread, but more or less agreement that airborne transmission is a major role. And so when I talk about air disinfection with regard to tuberculosis, even though it's the most important killer of adults globally in non-pandemic times, literally very few people cared. Now, in COVID pandemic times, it has become a major topic, as you heard from Dr. Maraska. May I have the next slide, or do I push the button here? Green one. That's an arrow. There, no? There we go. So I'm going to show you two slides of early data from the United States suggesting an environmental component to where transmission might be occurring. And this was, I think, from the New York Times early on. And over a 2-week period, May 28th to June 11th, commenting on the relationship of increase or decreases in COVID rates. And on the bottom axis, you see the cooling degree days in June 2019. How many days would require cooling? And so in red, you see actually above the line, above the horizontal, and you see the increases. So you see Arizona, Florida, Louisiana, Texas, South Carolina, Alabama, et cetera, all very much increasing cases. And those are cities in our south and southeast that require, southwest, require a lot of cooling days, as opposed to furthest down, actually, is Massachusetts, where I'm from, where there were relatively fewer cooling days required and actually decreasing cases. Now, we all know there are many behavioral factors involved, and these days, immunization, et cetera, but at that time, there was no vaccine to change things. I'm just not seeing a button here to push. Let me try that again. How do I change the slides? Okay. A more recent data, October 24th, just a few weeks ago, again, I think from a prominent source, you see from June 21 to August and October, the cases per capita by region. And if you notice, the South, which has had the lowest vaccination rate in the US, peaked very high, but recently has been coming down steeply as we get into September, October. And again, probably many explanations for this phenomenon, but despite lower vaccination rates, we're seeing decreases in cases in the South at a steeper rate than anywhere else in the country. One speculation is that as hotter temperatures go into the fall, that there's less air conditioner use. People are able to go outside more. So it's a behavioral issue, less crowding. And then, as we're going to hear from the next talk and from David Edwards, I think tomorrow, there may be a humidity hydration issue as well going on here with the environmental changes. Oops, backward. There we go. Another factor with global warming, and particularly in places like India, is a reversal of a long-standing method of disinfecting air, which is in fact to open the windows and doors, to the necessity of air conditioning. And what is most commonly done around the world are split system air conditioners, ductless air conditioning. It doesn't really matter. The key factor here is that when you turn on an air conditioner, you close the windows. And you know, in many parts of the world, and certainly at the residential level, air conditioning won't be happening for a long time. But with affluence in many public buildings and many crowded congregate settings, air conditioning is a necessity for keeping people healthy and free of heat-related illness. And so you see on the left-hand side, the air conditioning sales in India from 2008 to 2019 on a very steep slope upward. And what happens is that immediately the situation changes rather dramatically inside. I'll show you how that happens. So we did a little demonstration, because I couldn't find this in literature, of what happens when you close windows. So we had 5 people in an office in Cape Town, and the bottom axis is a 3-hour time period. In the first hour, 5 people were sitting in an office with the window open, and the CO2 levels rose from outdoor conditions, about 500 or so, to about 800 or so peak level. Then the people left the room and the windows stayed open and the level went back to baseline as you'd expect. And the window was closed and the air conditioner turned on, and you see the steep rise in CO2 levels. We did this several times, so we should have asked our volunteers to stay for several hours, because you see the rise in CO2 shows no sign of leveling off in an hour. Now, why do I care about CO2? It's not risky by itself at these levels, but it is an indicator of what's called the rebreathed air fraction. How much air you breathe that has been exhaled by somebody else. So it's a very good indicator, if it's mostly produced by humans in the room, of risk of infection, assuming there's a source of infection. So in 1 hour after closing the windows, the risk literally more than doubles, and I would predict would go to 4 or 5 times within a relatively short time. So this is not a minor 20%, 10% change in risk. This is a dramatic change in risk when you turn on the air conditioner and close. Now, this is not different than we've had in winter conditions forever. So, and it's not surprising that in places like Russia, multi-drug resistant tuberculosis transmission has been off the charts. People live inside. So it's behavior, it's ventilation, and it's an airborne infection all coming together. And there yet may be other factors around humidification. So what are the options? We're not going to get rid of cooling in a climate that's warming, although the air conditioning is contributing to the global warming, of course. So my argument is we need to replace air disinfection that we lose by the open windows. In 2021, there are really 3 proven technologies we can do. Opening the windows, natural ventilation, isn't an option if you're air conditioning, and also if the air outside is highly polluted. Mechanical ventilation is there, but it has limits in terms of how many air changes you can provide, very expensive, and if you're taking in outside air, you have to cool it, and if it's polluted, that's another problem. Room air cleaners, as I've pictured there, are another solution, but they have difficulty in handling large volumes of air. Many of you probably have them in offices or homes, but they're producing maybe 1 or 2 air changes. If you want to produce 6, 12 air changes that CDC recommends for airborne infection control, you'd need to have a little array of them around to produce that kind of volume. And then the bottom one is probably unfamiliar to many of you, and it's a germicidal ultraviolet fixture. And it's used in the upper room traditionally, although there are other approaches now. You see whole room. And it disinfects the air above your head in an office building or whatever. Natural convection currents bring the air up. It's been used for 100 years and largely used in poor countries in recent years for tuberculosis, and not used extensively because it costs money. But now suddenly there's great interest in germicidal UV in the developed world because it is the most cost-effective way to disinfect large volumes of air. It's also extremely safe, although it contains the word irradiation in it, ultraviolet radiation, and that causes a lot of fear, including fear that somehow this germicidal UV is going to cause mutations of the virus, for which there is no evidence whatsoever. There we go. So to demonstrate how long this has been in use, we see a school outside of Philadelphia with germicidal fixtures in the 1930s, and a school today with similar fixtures, actually. And this is one of the few really good epidemiologic studies we have from William Firth Wells in Germantown and Swarthmore, PA, and published in 1942, showing the epidemic curves in the control and applied areas of 2 schools. They made the upper classes, the controls, no UV, and they made the younger classes, who would normally have much worse measles, the experimental group, and they were in the rooms like you saw with the UV, And you see the dramatic difference week by week in the numbers of cases. Now, when this was done in upstate New York and also in urban London, such dramatic effect wasn't seen because kids went riding together home on a school bus in upstate New York or played together after school. So there's a lot of behavioral issues. You have to be able to target the areas where transmission's occurring. So the way it works in this picture is that you actually irradiate the upper part of the room. Normal warm air goes up, gets irradiated, comes down as disinfected air. And again, this has been around for almost 100 years, is relatively inexpensive. The lamps are actually the same as a fluorescent bulb with different glass that allows the UV to go through. UVC does not penetrate the skin to cause skin cancer. It doesn't penetrate the eye to cause cataracts. And newer forms of UV, even lower wavelength, are safer still. There's a problem common to all disinfection strategies, and we talk about it in terms of air changes, but it's the same for germicidal UV, that the first air change removes about, because it's not completely removing the air, it's mixing and removing 63% of the contaminants. The next air change, 63% of what's left. The next air change, 63% of what's left. So you end up with this asymptotic curve that falls but never really reaches. So you need very high amounts of ventilation equivalent to get down to very low risks of infection. When UV destroys and activates 63% of the viruses in a room or the bacteria in a room, we say it's one equivalent air change. So in studies that we've done in a number of places, we can get 20, 25 air changes in the lower room at very low cost. And this is a study done in Russia with colleague Grigor Volchenkov and Paul Jensen, comparing 3 air cleaners, mechanical ventilation, in terms of cost of one equivalent air change per year, and or the relative economic efficiency, as Grigory called it, which UV was about 9.5 times more efficient than any other method of air disinfection, using very simple homemade $100 fixtures, essentially. If we look at why that's so, I was in a meeting in Pretoria a number of years ago, and someone was selling an air cleaner. That isn't the one, but at any rate. And you have what's called a clean air delivery rate, how much air comes out that's been filtered. And you calculate that for a hypothetical room, 4 meters by 4 meters by 3 meters, and you see that that maximum delivery rate would produce about 2 air changes. If I put up a single fixture in that room, I could get 20 air changes, equivalent in terms of air disinfection. But the very word irradiation has been a barrier to the application of this, but until recently. We did a study in South Africa in a human to guinea pig model and produced 80% effectiveness rather, and the equivalent of adding 24 air changes. And that is the basis for current dosing guidelines. SARS, extremely susceptible to germicidal UV. It's a very fragile virus. It doesn't take much at all to kill it. And RNA absorbs in the range that these mercury lamps produce. There is a pushback in Germany, actually, that somehow we're producing, we're going to produce viral variants by UV in the air, which I would love to discuss with our virology colleagues here, because they actually would like to prohibit it, and there's really no basis, I think, for that concern. It's very safe. Again, doesn't penetrate the skin like sunlight does to reach the basal layer, where you would cause skin cancer. You can get some redness in the skin if you accidentally get overexposed, but within the guidelines that we use, it shouldn't happen at all. And the same with the eye. It's the most sensitive organ to UV. Accidental overexposure, climbing up on a ladder and looking into a fixture, you could get photokeratitis, but normally nothing, no cataracts, nothing. It's been around for a long time. So my last slide, we're talking about warmer, more humid climates, where AC is being used, and the same conditions that has long been associated with viral transmission in winter are now occurring in the summer as well and in warmer climates. More time indoors, is it the human interaction part? If we need to be in to be warm or you need to be in to be cool, there's much closer interaction. And then what do air conditioners do? They dehumidify the air, they dehumidify the upper airway. We all know on airplanes we talk about getting dry airways, and that, as we'll hear in the next talk, and I think tomorrow, that may be a major synergistic factor with the coming together and the rebreathe air fraction that we're talking about. So I think we do need to disinfect the air more than we're doing, and any technology that works would be great. But right now, of all the technologies we have, an old one is still available and affordable, and being rapidly developed by industry. Companies like Philips and now Signify never had any interest in germicidal UV, are now interested in germicidal UV and are actually funding us to do studies in South Africa of human to hamster COVID transmission that some of the folks here are involved in the audience. So we need to figure out how to get over the barriers to greater germicidal UV use, and I think that will happen over time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. So, our next speaker, Dr. Carol George, who serves as the Director, Community Health, Family, Palliative Care and Research Division from Bangalore Baptist Hospital, has experienced the front line in ways that are hard for most of us to imagine. Finding herself in the middle of the pandemic crisis, battling the highly transmittable Delta variant, in locations where social distancing is an impossibility, and where facilities, equipment, protective gear, oxygen, and even clean water were hard to come by. Dr. Carol had to rely on her skills and instincts to protect as many patients as possible. To change air quality, Dr. George states, would require a change of society in its entirety, which takes time. In the meantime, doctors have to provide care. Today, she will be speaking to us on her perspectives from the epicenter of the virus, a case for upper airway hygiene to mitigate respiratory disease. Welcome.
How do you operate that one? Just, yeah. Oh. Is it, how do you operate? Oh, yes. Thank you, Laurie, for that generous introduction. Warm greetings to the most distinguished audience. And I feel privileged to speak after such distinguished speakers. My stories are different, and I feel I've come from a different world altogether. And I feel that I'm the only person in the audience who believes that in the beginning, God created heaven and earth. And that helps me, and that's my inspiration to care for many, and in the settings that I'm from. Okay, how do you go to the next one? So I come from Bangalore Baptist Hospital. It's a not-for-profit Christian organization started by the Southern Baptist Convention in 1973. It started as an 80-bed facility, now a tertiary care hospital with 340 beds, 75 ICUs. And the board is the Christian Medical College Vellore, which is one of the most vaccine trials from India come from CMC Vellore. And we have postgraduate medical courses, nursing, and allied health courses. It's not moving. Is it something I have to do? Yes. It's not moving. Yes, thank you. So our team, we have 1,802 healthcare professionals and 798 students. And it's going backward. Laurie, can you help me, please? Oh, okay. So in India, less than 5% have insurance. For many, illness become a total catastrophe. So we are cognizant about this, and we try to promote the finest clinical service at the best cost. 17% of our annual turnover is kept for free or concessional care. It's going, okay. Yeah. We treat approximately 350,000 patients a year. Our annual turnover is $33 million, and of that, $6.3 million we spent in free or concessional treatment. Is it this one? Yes. Oh, so I was pressing the wrong button, sorry. So I just wanted to talk about the philosophies that we stand. We believe in excellence and also equity. Equity is very important. We call the both model. One side, we cater to the high socioeconomic strata, and to the other side, the very low socioeconomic strata. Also, we have emphasis on the transplant and other precision facilities, and on the other side, we do a lot of outreach clinics to the very underprivileged. So for those of people who could not come to the hospital for many reasons, maybe financial reasons or ignorance, many things, we go out to these communities. I work as the director of the community health program, where we extend medical consultations to places which usually skip our census. We serve 1 million in the rural villages through multiple initiatives, and another 1 million in different slums in Bangalore. So what are the hallmarks of these low resource setting? Low human capital. A child is born, and there is no education, and there's no health. What can you offer? What would that child become? You have low social capital, shortage of networks. There's labeling, exclusion, low income capital. They have instability of work and wages, and very low wages most times, and low financial capital. One is the lack of productive assets, but also the lack of even the basic necessities, like the shelter. And then one side, there is high vulnerability, and the other side, you have poor health system capability. Poor both in quantity and quality. In the state of Karnataka, from I'm coming, where Bangalore is situated, during COVID, it was 1,000 ICU critical care beds, which augmented to 5,000, but for 68.4 million population. That's all we have got. So that's the reality. And in this context, the pandemic came, and the world came to a standstill. The first wave in India, it was from March to 2020 to March 2021. So we were talking about, we went for an early lockdown, and there was talking about preventive toolkit, sanitation, mask, social distancing. But what does that translate to these settings? There is no water. Water comes in once or twice in a week. And then you have 2 buckets, because there is water wars, and that you have to use for the entire family to bathe, to cook, to drink. We know that COVID, dies if you wash hands, but where is the water? Face covers. You can see how this is a picture clicked by me, and it's like how dirty, ill-fit face covers. And it's like when somebody comes, because there's a norm that you have to wear face covers, they will be taking your face cover and giving to your neighbor as an act of care. That's how it is. And it costs money. You have to change often. There's no water. There's no other amenities. So it's difficult to have even face covers. This is Ali playing in a heap of garbage. That's his playground. So what are we talking about? Routine cleaning and frequent cleaning of high-touch surfaces to prevent COVID-19 infection. These are all fairy tales. Lockdown. for many, every day they go to work, they do something and earn, and they buy food with that. How many days of lockdown are we thinking? 10 days? 15 days? Months? How do you survive? This is Suhaib, and his house is this room. You know, there's no ventilation, it's just closed indoors, and then you cook, you eat, you bathe, you do everything in that space. And it's not the story of only Suhaib. It's so many people whom I know. 20,000 households is like that, which is in one of the slums. And this is Suhail, 3 days before his death. He had COVID. And that is Rabia, his youngest daughter. After his death, 3 months after that, we rescued her from human trafficking and handed over the child to the child welfare services. You know, it's even one story is, you know, we were held hostage and so many things happened. So when poverty comes, there's so many other dimensions to it, which it's very hard to comprehend. Many tales of desperation. At that time, you know, through some common connections, met David, and then he was talking about the hypertonic calcium-rich salt solution and its possible role in reducing the bioaerosol. I must confess, I was very skeptical, David, at that time. Like, I was looking for alternatives, what can suppress in terms of things which is low cost, effective, and things like that. Anyway, we thought, let us try it. So we tested among healthy volunteers, and we could see that the bioaerosol happening. We found that the exhaled aerosols were more in dirty air in Bangalore compared to in US and other sites. But once we used this, the salt, which is called as the Fent, there was 99% reduction in exhaled aerosol. And the effect starting at 15 minutes and till 4 hours. And personally on me, it was more than a week, we could see the suppression. So we thought of evaluating the effect of Fent in SARS-CoV-2 patients. By that time, it was December, we got the IRB approval and everything, and then the cases were not there. So I told David, I don't think we have cases. I think in India, everything is now okay, going back to normal. And that's when the second wave hit. The hospitals flooded. Every area is with patients, Delta surge. I was vaccinated 2 times, and I was the first case in my state to get the Delta wave. At that time, we didn't know much about it. We sequenced, and later I know that it was Delta anyway. So no oxygen, shortage of beds, essential medicines, suffering. Every time it was calls, wars, corridors, people getting sick, families, deaths. And that was for 2 months it was going on. It was like 6,000 patients treated and 35,000 tests. At that time, we started thinking, there are no critical care beds. There are people begging for beds, and what can we do? And we thought, what if we use Fent and see whether is there any effect, anything to prevent people from getting more sicker. So we ramped up the study. In the midst of all the chaos, we conducted the randomized control trial, simple saline versus Fent. So what did we find? So we did mild to moderate cases, randomization. We gave Fent in one arm and the other one simple saline 3 times a day for 3 days we given. And we monitored patients with need for oxygen, exhale aerosol, self-reported symptom scale, oxygen saturation. First we went for subjective signs, and then we looked into more objective, like oxygen saturation and data. And what did we find? So the initial cases that we recruited were pre-second wave, and we found that the later cases, there was 323% of increased exhaled aerosols. So that's the delta effect, because all other things were similar. We started these 2 groups with same symptom profile, but then the active group we found reduced exhaled aerosol, improved oxygen saturation, improved inflammatory marker profile, reduced need for antibiotics and steroids, and improved subjective well-being. And these are the finer details. I think it's fine. So what's the implication? So I argue that these are non-drug, safe, low-cost solutions of airway hygiene. And it's not specifically designed for a particular pathogen. I feel it has a big implication where we can use it, especially in low resource setting and polluted conditions where, mostly in low resource settings. We all know that we need systemic change to improve the lives of many. But till then, it may take a longer time. Can we have a pinch of health? I have come to a conclusion that when good health is almost impossible, that is where it is most necessary, and it matters. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really. Okay, thank you, Dr. George. Next, we welcome Tony Hickey, the Distinguished Fellow at RTI International, as well as a Professor Emeritus of Pharmacoengineering and Molecular Pharmaceuticals and Adjunct Professor of Biomedical Engineering at the University of North Carolina. Dr. Hickey is a highly published and cited author, including 16 books focusing on pharmaceutical aerosols, particulates, manufacturing, and complex systems. He holds many patents and conducts multidisciplinary research programs in the field of pulmonary drug and vaccine delivery for the treatment and prevention of disease. Professor Hickey likens the lungs as a window to the environment, where nature can instruct us on keeping these windows clean. His talk will address breathing better in a dirty world, what airborne infectious disease teaches us. Thank you.
Me to be here again today amongst such a distinguished group and to make my small contribution to the overall discussions of this meeting. And I say small because so far we've been talking about temporospatial macrocosm, and I'm now going to go down to the microcosm of particulates and droplets. So I'm going to discuss the ways in which the infectious disease essentially informs us with regard to approaches to therapy for those same diseases and the way in which we might use inhaled therapy to basically improve our treatment of those diseases. And I'm going to go through what we already know about exposure to airborne particulates and how that might influence deposition in the lungs and clearance. Some of the particle properties that are really important for us to understand in order to be able to treat diseases, and then go through clearance mechanisms that actually may inform the way that we approach all the properties that we need to take control of to control these diseases, and finish with the disease therapy. So as this indicates, basically, of course, we have this relationship between the host and pathogen, sort of dance where the host is trying to control the pathogen and prevent the infection. And that sort of involves the entire lung, both the function, structure, and then the frontline portions, which are the epithelium and the immune cells in the lungs. So this is what we're faced with. So you have the infected individual that's basically going to give rise to droplets containing the pathogen. And I've selected here mycobacteria. This is actually Mycobacteria sphegmatis as an example. But of course, the two sorts of diseases that we're concerned with are Mycobacterium tuberculosis and non-tuberculous mycobacteria, which currently are a scourge due to drug resistance. And I'm going to use that as a theme throughout the presentation simply because that's my interest. But of course, we're also concerned about viruses and also fungal infections. So I just want to point out that once you generate those aerosols into the environment, then there's a conditioning that goes on in terms of temperature and humidity. And of course, it depends on how long the aerosol is in the air before it meets the healthy individual and infects them, exactly what's going to happen. So there's a drying effect that's going to happen along the way. And then there may be interactions with some of these other things in the atmosphere, whether it be pollution, and I'm showing these combustion particles here as an example, so diesel particles. And of course, we now have nano and microplastics, or whether it's environmental particulates, and that could be fungal spores, or in this case, is pollen, so this is ragweed pollen. And of course, you've heard about other things that may be in the atmosphere that we should be concerned about that are of biological origin. I'm going to refer later to this Robin Wood paper where we did cough sampling, and I can illustrate how the performance, aerodynamic performance of some of these aerosols actually dictates how they deposit in the lungs. So deposition occurs according to a number of mechanisms, and so particles enter the lung and they may deposit by inertial impaction, which is essentially the mass and the velocity of the particle contributing to their deposition on a site. Or those particles that pass through without depositing due to inertial impaction will deposit through sedimentation, which is the effect of gravity as they essentially reside in the lumen of the airways. And then finally, for very, very small particles, generally less than 1 micron, they'll go to the periphery of the lung, and of course they could be exhaled because they're subject to diffusion or motion. And one other thing to bear in mind is that elongated particles can traverse the airways, and they're captured by interception due to the radius of gyration of these particles. And that'll be an important point to come back to in a moment. And it was shown, by the way, by Lippmann and Timbrell in the late 80s, that if you have a length to diameter ratio of those particles that's around 5 for particles that are no longer than 10 microns and less than 1 micron in diameter, that those can pass almost completely to the periphery of the lung with sort of very high efficiency. So in order to get to the respiratory region, we know that we need particles that are with a median diameter in the 1 to 3 micron size range. In order to get past the throat or nose, it has to be between 5 or 10 microns. And not to go into too much detail on the theory, the aerodynamic behavior of these particles depends not only on its geometric size, which is important, but also on the density and the shape of the particle. And so if you follow this equation here, it simply breaks down to if the density is low, then the aerodynamic diameter is small. And if the shape factor is large, and this particularly for elongated particles, then also the aerodynamic diameter is small. And so those small particles can penetrate to the periphery of the lungs. So I want to come back to, I've taken a little bit of a liberty here in coming back to pollution in an infectious disease talk. I wanted to talk a little bit about the pollution from this perspective. So we have here, again, the diesel particles, which are carrying these condensed chemicals on their surfaces. And the figure here shows you that you can get a range of effects based on dose. And so the chemical basically is going to respond to, is going to interact with the lung and give rise to an effect anywhere from a sort of normal response, so reactive oxygen species produced, all the way through to the production of pro-inflammatory cytokines, and then ultimately apoptosis and cell death as a toxicity. And the point being here that this is dose-related, this is a chemical, whereas when we're talking about organisms or replicating materials, then it's probably a critical threshold that you have to pass rather than a specific concentration. And this is particularly important to us when we think about giving drugs, which are also chemicals, and they're going to be dose-related to the response also. And we may have to give very high doses relatively to the lungs in order to achieve a therapeutic effect with these infectious organisms. So the particles then, or droplets, can enter. I've already talked about deposition. As an aside, let me just say that, of course, if the droplets can enter, they may be carrying nanoparticles, which would include, of course, any of the viruses that are nano-sized. The viruses can actually penetrate through the mucus and infect the epithelium. And then, of course, following replication, you get the whole disease. And of course, therapeutic groups have tried to take advantage of this by using viral vectors to deliver gene therapy to correct for the deficiencies in cystic fibrosis, for example. So that's the first example, if you like, of using nature to guide you in terms of a therapy. The other thing that's happened with the viruses is the addition of inhaled monoclonal antibodies in droplets, for the most part, that would either bind the virus so that it basically can't penetrate through mucus, or have double binding sites so that it would literally bind to the mucus and essentially be mucus trapped. When we think about the bacteria, however, and fungi, they can basically penetrate to the periphery of the lung, and they'll, to a large extent, then be cleared up by macrophages in the periphery. And so when we think about drugs, the drugs would deliver sort of fairly high doses throughout the lung and dissolve very rapidly and would be absorbed, for example. Or you may have particles that have different structures that release the drug more slowly, and that might allow you some targeting and controlled release of the drug for localized therapy. So when you look at some of these natural elements, and here I'm looking at some pollen images, but the same would be true for fungal spores, for example. The upper image there, A, is showing you some examples of fungal spores, and next to them, the colored images are actually taken from models that were performed, and this was published in a theory section of Cell, where phase separation of polysaccharides at the surface give rise to these surface features and asperities. And those then change the properties of those particles so that not only are they less dense and can disperse fairly easily, but they also have very low interparticulate forces and can generate as an aerosol. And I should say in passing that generally particles in this size range of 1 to 3 microns are difficult to separate from powders if you're thinking about drugs. And we can, of course, make particles that are somewhat similar to these. So on the left side of this image, B and C, you see basically a solvent extraction precipitation particle, which is highly porous, and then a spray-dried particle, which is a hollow sphere. And so we can mimic it, but further optimization would really need to go on to take those technologies forward to be able to deliver drugs. On the right-hand side, so in E, again, we come back to the mycobacteria, and you'll see this cording phenomenon that's going on as the individual bacteria sort of align with each other. And this then gives rise to the possibility that they could actually be generated in an elongated form, and as I said earlier, penetrate to the periphery of the lungs. And sure enough, referring back to the Wood paper, when they took cough samples and looked at the deposition of the mycobacteria that were generated from tuberculosis patients, they found that these very large particles were penetrating into a sampling device which mimics the lung much further than had been anticipated. And so this holds up for, if you like, the transmission of mycobacterial disease. When you look at F, which is basically us trying to mimic the preparation of these elongated particles, it's fairly easy to do that. This is simply by replacing water with a fatty acid that splits crystals into very fine needles. The problem is it's difficult to deliver those as fine needles because they have long surfaces and they interact very closely with each other. So the whole notion of elongated particles doesn't translate very easily into a drug delivery system. So then in terms of how things have progressed with respect to these sort of low-density particles, you see here on the left-hand side, tobramycin, which is a low-density so-called wiffle ball that can be delivered in very high doses, 112 milligrams. from 4 capsules, which is required. And this, by the way, is beneficial in comparison with liquid droplets, where the majority of the droplet would basically be the medium, mostly water. Rarely do you see much above 10% solution of drug in solution formulations. So this allows you to deliver a high dose very rapidly. And on the right-hand side, you see capreomycin, which is usually an injectable formulation. It's not orally bioavailable. And this went through phase 1 studies with no serious adverse effects and is suitable for inhalation for the treatment of TB. I should say also, for fungal diseases, there's a new technology that's recently come to pass, which is thin film freezing, which also creates these low-density particles, and that's being used for to treat aspergillosis, a fungal disorder. So I mentioned these open structures that consist of the diesel particles consist of, and even if they're condensed, they give you large they give you large open areas within the particles that sort of give you the low density that's suitable for inhalation. It's really hard to reproduce that process exactly where you get chain links, but you can create these particles that are of nanoparticle, essentially shell, low-density particles, and this was, again, for a TB drug, rifampicin, to be delivered to the lung. So I'm going to wrap up with a couple of therapeutic indications. So I've already mentioned that these organisms can make it to the periphery and enter the macrophage. And as those of you that are involved in tuberculosis research understand, and this is true for many of these microorganisms, they can then co-opt the macrophage and essentially take over the macrophage for replication. And so the macrophage then is essentially a target for therapy, but it's also a target if you would like to vaccinate people. And there you would need to use whatever the relevant vaccine is, and we did this with BCG, attenuated Mycobacterium bovis. But we couldn't use that elongated structure to be able to get the organism there. So these are GFP, green fluorescent protein expressing mycobacteria in a spray-dried formulation that, in collaboration with David and his group at Harvard, we went on to test in a guinea pig model and showed that we could protect the guinea pigs from a challenge with virulent MTB equivalent to either intradermal or subcutaneous dosing. So we can also then take particles of drug and target them to macrophages, and I'm hoping this works. And you can see there a rhodamine-labeled particle that's been taken up by the macrophage. That's a confocal image as you go through it. In stationary images, oops. Can I clear that image? It's not going to let me. Okay, well, so behind that image, because it's not coming up, there's a series of images that go out for many days showing you that these particles reside in the macrophage for an extended period of time. And if you look at the upper right panel, we treat both the lung and spleen by using these rifampicin microparticles. So in conclusion then, we have this host pathogen interaction. I've shown you some features of the pathogens themselves and particles that would enter the lungs that we can co-opt in order to deliver drugs and vaccines. And essentially we can, with these technologies, deliver nucleic acids, drugs, biologics as the therapy. And what we achieve with them is barrier penetration through mucus, for example, or into biofilms, high-dose delivery, where we need that for the drugs in question that are low potency, or targeted delivery if we need to get it to the macrophage. And that is the end of my talk. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Okay, thank you so much. I'd now like to introduce you to Professor Göran Thomsen of the Karolinska Institute and Professor Peter Freiberg, Sahlgrenska Academy, Gothenburg University. Göran is a professor of international health systems research and a member of the Health Systems and Policy Research Group linked to Medical Management Center at the Department of Learning, Informatics, Management and Ethics at the Karolinska Institute. He's a counselor for the UN Agenda 2030 at the President's Office at KI. He's a co-founder and a senior advisor at the Swedish Institute for Global Health Transformation, known as SITE, at the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, and a visiting professor at Shandong University in China. He's also a distinguished fellow at the George Institute for Global Health. His extensive research and policy works on universal health coverage and has been conducted in many countries. Dr. Peter Freiberg is the other co-founder and director of SITE. In addition to being a professor at the University of Gothenburg, he serves as a senior consultant at Sahlgrenska University Hospital. He's the former president of the Swedish Society of Medicine, member of the Committee for Development Research of the Swedish Research Council, and a chairperson of the Health Promotion and Behavior Panel at the Swedish Research Council for Health. His research is focused on cardiovascular, including joint research performance with African Population Health Research Center. Now, SITE was established at the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences. Its purpose is to promote an interdisciplinary approach to strengthen and bridge Swedish research and education, and to provide a scientific basis for national and national collaborative policy work in the field of global health. Now we'll hear from both Professor Thomsen and Professor Freiberg on the need for multi-sectoral action for human and planetary health. Welcome. If you need to change slides.
Colleagues, friends, and a special thanks to Laurie for organizing all this. So it's a real pleasure for Göran and myself to be able to present in this very nice and very interesting number of people. And so just a few words first about SITE. And our experience from work in the Research Council for Development Research was really that in Sweden, the global health research was quite scattered. And many of the big grants went to very senior people, of course very experienced people, but the young researchers within global health didn't have more challenges to receive grants. So one of the purposes of starting SITE was actually to embrace and work for also the young generation to get funding. In addition, the work with this development research within the Research Council started in 2013, and not far away ahead was the Agenda 2030 coming. And we thought that for students, you need to have some kind of global health thinking in order to go into this 2030 agenda, because it's interdisciplinary and multi-sectorial in order to achieve these goals. So that was really the fundamentals of starting SITE. And the purpose that we wanted to do was really to connecting researchers then from various fields. And not only with science, but also to connect to agencies and to the civil society as well. To have all these people at the same table. Because there are huge problems also globally that we have to tackle. The purpose then, to see that also train students and global health researchers in also policy work. What evidence is there that could be brought into policy and actually actions? And working then with governments, with agencies, is a challenge, of course. But we need to do that in order to achieve what we want. And site, as you can see in the center here, maybe seems a bit pompous, but we will try to work with these different cogs in this wheel. With various think tanks, authorities, the private sector, universities. But our really base is within the university area. And we have a site advisory committee, and the members are here, and we are happy to have two of them here, and Laurie is one member, and also John, sitting in the audience, part of it. And is chaired by the former Vice Chancellor of the Gothenburg University, Professor Pam Fredman. And we have Carl Folke as the head of the Bayer Institute at the Academy of Sciences. Additionally, also Ole Peter Ottersen, who is the president of Karolinska Institutet. And finally, Professor Gavin Jamie at the Duke Institute of Global Health in US. And we're extremely happy for having these very prominent people helping site forward. Though, into the today's agenda, really. This is from the 9th of August this year. And that shows also the paradox of what we have to do here. The IPCC report was launched on 9th of August. And that was widespread across the world. On this very same day, this was published also from Reuters, that the Saudi oil giant Aramco's seen profits soar by 300% because of the increasing oil prices and reverting back from the pandemic. So how do we actually deal with this? And that is, I think, also our common responsibility. In 2014, the Lancet and Rockefeller Foundation really launched the term of planetary health. So it's not that old, really. And that set out that we are in here together, both, with the environmentalists, the climate scientists, and also health people, for the good of survival of mankind. But it's not only the planetary health, which includes, of course, health, but also I think it's important to specifically point out also about the human health here. And of course, the physical and mental and social well-being that we all try to achieve, which is not really the situation if you go across the world. Johan Rockström and colleagues also published in Nature a few years back about the planetary boundaries, as you can see to the right here, down right, telling where are we with the kind of risks at the present time. But this slide down here is the original one, so now it has been developed, and the green areas are a bit more in a hazard situation. But these two, the combination about human health, planetary health, the planetary boundaries actually go very much together. But up till about 2-3 years back, health hasn't really been discussed in the context of climate crisis and the biodiversity. But that is needed now very much, and we all have this responsibility. But it's a good help. The IPCC report is helping. And all these other actions for the climate. Now the Nobel Prize is just a few weeks back in physics delivered by these people, and particularly here with the modeling about to predict and see what is the global warming. Is it actually human that we have created this? But there's now beyond doubt that it's the human behavior that increases the temperature. And also the positive things with this report is now that they could also be more firm about evidence regionally around our planet. So there were many people that are being extremely happy by this prize in physics this year, I think. And as you probably all know, the problems with the climate change, with the climate crisis impact. And this is a slide showing for the 2100 where we'll be heading. And you can see this is a mortality. And the more red, the more problems with the mortality impact from climate change. And it's global. And particularly what the high-income countries, as you know, are causing is effects of the already vulnerable people. And you can see most red here also in the African countries. So this need to be really taken into serious consideration and how we deal with it. And this is a report just came out about 2 weeks ago from the WHO with arguments for COP26. For the different areas of the world, there is vulnerability factors, of course, that we need to consider. Demography, geography, and poverty, food, access to food, and so on for certain groups of people. That is, of course, leading to this exposure pathways that include all the different health sectors that we need to discuss. And I mean, previous discussion was about, about the lung and the virus and all that. So I mean the lungs, but also for the pollutions is for the cardiovascular disease, for example. So it's all the spectrum of health that we need to take into account here. Oh, that's a bit weird. And of course also the health systems to have the facilities needs also to be adherence to this. Just as an example for vulnerability, together with the Lancet, we have a commission for gender equality or peaceful societies through gender equality and health. And just an example from the Mediterranean region, we work together also with the office in Cairo. I mean, that means that they have problems with extreme weathers, heat, drought. They have conflicts and war going on, and now also the pandemic. So that's an example that is really, really serious that needs to be taken into account. So also a few weeks back, there was the launch of this year's Lancet Climate and Health Countdown, where health and climate change are increasingly taken together, as I said. And also this year, for the first time for the COP, is that there is a health pavilion that hasn't been there before. So that's progress. And this is not to say that the climate and that science in itself is unimportant, but we need to work together. And of course, the pandemic here appears to be a major driver of this engagement. And how can we then learn from this pandemic in order to take steps for the big challenges ahead that we have for the climate crisis and biodiversity? And in addition, then the inequities that has been now exacerbated by the pandemic needs also to be really, really taken also into the political determinants of health, which we need to work with. So then, Göran, it's your turn.
Thank you, Laurie, for the invitation. I just consulted Laurie because we are way behind schedule. And we should all have lunch, and before that is the panel. I'll try to be quick. Now, multi-sectoral action requires behavior change, critical to achieve net zero by 2050. To deal with the greenhouse gas emissions. I'll use diet, representing 26% of the emissions, and land travel, about 12%, as illustrative examples. Now, this figure shows 3 movements, 3 groups, and their interactions. I'll start with changing behavior of the public and citizens. Some of this you know, so I'll be very quick. adopting largely plant-based diets, decrease average meat consumption in the US 80%, in Europe 17%, in Africa slight increase, taking most journeys with bicycling and with public transport, moving to electric cars, etc. Now, behavior change needs something more than individual actions. It needs structural changes and interventions. For example, more vegetarian stuff at cafeterias, at workplaces, reducing density of fast food outlets, increasing prices of red meat, good roads for cycling, much better public transport. When I was working in Washington, I was absolutely appalled by how difficult it was, but it's better now. This was way back 95. Remove subsidies of fossil fuels, etc. Now, let's go to the policymakers and private sector in the figure. Just not to forget the geopolitical tensions. I'm not going to go into the US and China and that sort of stuff. No time for it. Let's focus on the figure. Governments have an obligation, but also an opportunity to serve public interest, including against powerful commercial interests. Political leadership is essential. Where is the political leadership? Where is benchmarking? Now, governments obviously also need to respond to public demands for policy action. Citizens have an important role in demanding change. And we have examples from Sweden, Greta, but also through civil society organizations. Private sector must make substantial changes. Obviously, private sector is necessary for also positive changes. As a major threat comes from the sector most having to lose, such as fossil fuel companies. Remember Exxon attempts to undermine climate change. This is often described as corporate political activity. Remember tobacco companies way back. At the center of all this in the figure, the need for a clear vision with a roadmap. And we have you in Agenda 2030. We have the Paris Agreement. They may be difficult to comply with, but we have them. Now, the BMJ article, which I have used quite a lot for this, concludes current government policies insufficient. Changing behavior across populations necessary, technological innovations with science, as important they are. We have heard a lot about that today. And thank you, Laurie, for inviting me. I feel humbled to be part of this. I would have elaborated if I had more time. You need structural approaches, systems changes. Changes to diet and travel is possible. And policies for net zero need to be evidence-based, again, science. Now, to support the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, I, together with WHO, developed the E4A approach. With the COVID-19 disruption, as Peter alluded to, we thought we should apply it also in that situation because it enables systems change. And if you're interested, Laurie has a proof. This will be published in Lancet the 10th of November. It's not embargoed, but those that are specifically interested, just ask me or Laurie. So assessment, identifying opportunities, alignment, orient policies across sectors. There are so many silos, also in Sweden, in the government, etc. Acceleration, promote well-being, etc. Accountability, measurements to be able to see progress, but also problems, barriers. Now, engagement, involvement of all stakeholders. Now, let's get closer to who we are. All of us, high socioeconomic status people, disproportionately affecting greenhouse gas emissions, but that's not what I want to focus on. I want to focus on opportunities. The 5 roles we potentially can have in climate change mitigation. Investors in low emission companies, role models in our social networks, consumers, 50% of the greenhouse gas emissions from air travel represents 1% of the population. I'm not going to go into my traveling the last 10 years. But this was part of also deciding whether to come here or not. Citizens. We have a political capital, huh? Often with good access to decision makers. But, and not least, look at what we represent. Our organizational participation. Employees of these famous organizations. So my question is, what do we do with our intellectual and social capital? Last slide and words to you, Peter.
Thank you, Göran. So, we're trying also here to see how can this small secretariat and small working environment at site make a difference in a way, because that's what we want. And we have a good base with the universities that we work with, first and foremost in Sweden. But we have also now other platforms like the PMAC, which is the Prince Mahidol World Conference, organized by Thailand and Thai people. And that is a wonderful platform because it involves not only science and academia, but the civil society, the multilaterals, and the governments. And it's all there at the very same time. And our belief is really that the PMAC platform with the universities across the world, and you represent here quite many of them, can actually together make a change. I was alluding very briefly to the peaceful societies, the Lancet Side Commission that we are doing at the moment as well, and also connected with a lot of commissioners globally, that together we can also make impact. And I think it's our fundamental responsibility to actually act. And I think also, like what Don said in the beginning, that the planet is not the problem long term, but the living conditions for people, that is what we have to deal with. So I will urge Molecular Frontiers, Laurie and others here, that we can make something together about this and to really make it action. It's good timing now with COP26 going on as well. So let's join. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah. So we don't have that much time, so what I was thinking is we'll just ask a couple questions now, break for lunch, and what I will do is ask the panelists, the speakers who have been in this session, to join other panels this afternoon, so you'll be able to ask more questions. But why don't we start with a couple questions for Peter and Göran, and then we can get to the other speakers a little bit later. So, do I have any questions? Okay.
There's one there.
Yes, please.
Hi, Mike Bearer, University of Leicester, UK. Completely believe and support the initiative you're talking about, but you're talking overwhelmingly to educated, sophisticated groups. How do we get the message across to the 50% of many of our communities who just won't listen to us and who are much more concerned about the events in the latest reality TV program?
Either one of you?
You start and I go after.
I'm just thinking, yeah, there is a problem with that, of course. But I think we then have to listen more to the youth, because they get their message across, and starting out with Greta Thunberg and her friends. And they have made an enormous impact to get everyone knows about that. So we have to try to learn and line up with the youth and to support.
Can I go on, Laurie?
Yes, of course.
Can I go on? Two things. One, SITE has a student network which include 20 Swedish student organizations. That's one thing. The other, we aren't talking very much about part of the world where most people live, low and middle income countries. And there is a lot to learn from what's going on in resource poor settings. For example, in Uganda, there have been conducted several randomized controlled trials looking at how education and information to school children affects behavior and knowledge, but attitudes, but also behavior of parents. And to me, I mean, it's obvious one has to use schools, teachers. That's part of also the intersectoral thing. How to get in control of all the social media, I have no idea. It's a tough call, but we have to do it. Huh?
Just for example, a number of you have come to some of the other symposiums I put together with Professor Norden in particular, and we always have a very large student component. This time we're very regulated in terms of numbers, but that's why we partnered with Jason Learning, which is a STEM program throughout the world. They reach 6 million children around the world, high school and below. So this is a good way to disseminate information. We have a number of programs that we're going to put together post this session. So it's not going to go to waste. And any help that any of you want to give us, we're happy to accept it. Next question. Professor Roy.
Hi. Yeah, it's actually a follow-up to Mike's question. And I'd like to really hear what you have to say about the interface with agriculture and the production of food as it relates to the world, not just the responsible production of not only meats, high protein type of products, but also cereals and grains and it's probably a terrible way to say it, but industrial farming operations such as Brazil. Okay, Brazil has a big part of the world's production of, say, soybeans and things like that, competes with the United States. How do you see this very laudable goal integrated into kind of our industrial move in agricultural production today, which ultimately feeds a lot of people and is a much better way to feed a lot of people. But I think in terms of education, it may be a bit more of a challenge. Anyway, I'd love to hear comments on that and how to approach that.
Thank you for this very straightforward and simple question when we are approaching lunch. I think you're vastly overestimating my competence. But it is an issue, huh? Yeah, it's actually spot on. I alluded to this a little bit in an interview that I did a couple of years ago for the World Health Organization's bulletin. It's spot on what you're talking, and you know, your question is spot on in many ways. It's also very much related to what I tried to, in a very limited amount of time, allude to, namely that you need multi or inter or cross, whatever we call it, sectoral approaches, huh? Because there are so many vested interests included in changing this situation. And as I also tried to show, it actually represents quite a high level of the greenhouse gas emissions. So we just must do it. I'd love to elaborate on this, but I think Laurie will kill me, and many of you will be very unhappy with me because it's lunch in a few minutes.
I won't be drastic in any way, but Peter, if you'd like to make a comment.
Yeah, I mean, this is a key question, and I'm not an agriculture scientist, but I can refer to the Eat Lancet Commission that was published about 2 years back, where they really looked into this. And it's all about this syndemic kind of thing. I mean, you're doing something positive for food, which also had a good effect on the climate, because I mean, 30% of the CO2 emissions are related to food today. And they had some kind of what they mentioned, a planetary healthy food plate. And that is, of course, different contexts in different parts of the world. But if that would be adhered to, they would save around 10 million lives a year. So, I mean, what you're talking about and what you're pointing at is extremely important.
I actually think you're going to hear a little bit about that tomorrow. Professor Edwards, this is something he thinks about constantly, and he's made several inroads into looking at ways to sustainably nourish ourselves. So you'll hear a little bit more about that tomorrow.
Laurie, can I be terrible just for a couple of more seconds? This is very much about the political and commercial determinants of health. Political and commercial determinants of health. And if you take Brazil as an example, give me a break. How do you deal with the politics of Brazil? And if you want to, what I see here is the need to develop new governance mechanisms. We don't have any functioning global governance mechanisms. COVID-19 revealed that very, very clearly. And also to address the issue that you raised, we need some kind of new governance mechanism. And we have some ideas for that, but we can talk about that during the breaks.
Okay, thank you both very much. This afternoon you'll have a chance to question the other speakers from this morning. I wish you all a very enjoyable lunch. If you could come back to your seats just a couple of minutes before 1:30. We have to start right at 1:30, okay? Thank you so much.
Recording stopped.